All right. Looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Oh, bro. Fuck. Oh. Can I help you? Okay. Oh. Faye. Come jump up. Okay, fine. Don't be too pooty, though. No Putin. Yeah, I get it, okay? No Putin. Ah, Jesus. No Putin. What did I say about being pooty? My God, you're so soft. No being pooty. That's your good boy. Just relax. Just relax. No, just relax. No. Lie down. Lie down. Yeah, no. He keeps trying to crawl in my mouth. How old's Finn? I think he's 7 now.
Shocked when a 33-year-old Chinese man on a student visa walked up to a 9-month-old baby having a picnic in the park with his mom and poured a thermos of boiling hot liquid all over the baby, severely burning and disfiguring the child for life. It could have been fatal if it wasn't for the quick and heroic actions of Australia's emergency services. The coward then quickly fled on foot before hopping on a plane back to China, where he currently remains free, to brag to his friends about what he did. The parents and Australian society simply could not understand why someone would do
Yeah, I know. Destiny was being stupid. He didn't watch the whole vid I sent him.
such an abhorrent thing. Well, I'm going to tell you exactly why this coward hurt that child, and I'll tell you that this is only the beginning of more to come. So in a very short span of time, we've seen 2 of these horrific Chinese attacks against children abroad. First, the scalding of the 9-month-old baby, who survived but will be disfigured for life, and the stabbing of 3 5-year-old children by a 23-year-old Chinese student in Zurich, Switzerland. Before we get started, a quick word from today's sponsor. I partnered with They found things from had one family's old photo did how on innocent children is a common tragedy in China. How common? Well, just a few days ago on the 8th of October, there were not 1, but 2 horrific attacks on children in China. The first in Shandong province, where a Chinese man drove his car intentionally into a group of children that had just finished school and were crossing a zebra crossing outside of their school. Unfortunately, he killed and maimed many. Although the official casualties haven't been released by the government, I have unfortunately seen the footage, and I can confirm that multiple children are no longer with us. On the same day, over 1,000 miles away in Guangzhou, a man attacked and injured children outside of a primary school in Tianhe district. The information about this one is sketchy, but according to netizens, up to a dozen children and passerbys were injured. The official police report simply states that 3 were injured and taken to hospital. Look, this is a grim topic which I don't like talking about, but recently China has been caught in the most ferocious murder season I have ever seen. Random knife attacks happen daily in China now. I have the receipts, I can show you the videos, but that's not what my channel is all about. I want to teach you as to why this happens, so that you can be forewarned. Now that this phenomenon is being exported abroad, understanding it could save a child's life. Before I get into the nitty-gritty, I need to clarify this. This issue is a uniquely mainland China issue. It's not about Chinese culture or traditions. We don't see these attacks happening in Taiwan or Singapore, for instance. This is a very uniquely communist mainland China phenomenon. You know the place with the big red flag and the scary-looking soldiers? In fact, the man who stabbed those 3 5-year-old children on
You know, he really does look a lot like Winnie the Pooh.
their way to daycare in Zurich
Oh,
Posted all of
BMO.
this nationalist garbage on his social media the day before he went out to cowardly attack and attempt to murder little children. This phenomenon has a name in
Catch a good
China.
BMO.
It's called revenge against society. What it boils down to at the root of it all is injustice. In most countries, if misfortune befalls you, there are mechanisms in place to help you cope. If you get scammed, you can go to the police. There are support groups. If you're down on your luck, contrary to what many people think, there are protections in place. Homeless shelters, food banks, charities, and of course, in many countries, churches and other religious outreach programs. If you crack under pressure, there are mental health professionals and institutions to help you cope, or in some cases take you off the streets. However bad it gets, there's always at least some sort of recourse. Even if it's not good, it exists. In China, there is no recourse. If you're scammed, you're on your own. Worse, most of the time people get scammed by the government themselves through ridiculous housing market policy changes, forced relocation, and false promises about the stock market and meddling in investment schemes. When you're down on your luck, the government will not help you in China. There are no social
No, I was not aware Mitsubishi sold pencils.
programs, and if your family isn't willing to float you, you're done for. There simply are no mental health facilities or systems in place to deal with mental health. I have experience in this field. I used to train doctors in China, and my wife is a Chinese doctor, and one of her responsibilities was to keep an eye on mentally unstable people. And you know how it's done in a first-tier city in China?
It was just reported in the news in the UK the other day, MI5 chief, 75% of counter-terror work is on Islamist
Hey
extremism.
Blackie, you always stream at the worst hours for us Europeans. Please do some afternoon streams. Also your friend Cuck Yourself made a once a year upload. Also react to this Avi Twitter thread nigger.
I already looked at this last night, but I was saying this.
Hello nipple clamps, it's me Vegan Games, hope you are well. Here are some coins. React to this.
I'll react to that in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps. Yeah, so I already reacted to Avi's post last night. He basically said the same thing that I did a week ago. A direct hit from a 5.56, and particularly the M855 NATO round that Israel uses, that's an extremely high velocity round, and if you're hit in the head, you're like, it's gone. Your brains are going to be all over the floor, and half your skull is going to be missing. So it's extraordinarily unusual that they were able to take X-ray images like this, where the bullet is perfectly intact and you see like no skull deformation. So these are very likely doctored. And Avi also pointed out that there's weird discrepancies with the X-ray image as well. So compared to normal X-ray images, it doesn't look quite right. And I'm suspecting these images are either completely doctored, or these are extraordinarily weird edge cases where maybe the bullet was able to travel through like several softer barriers without deforming, slowed down enough where it ended up hitting kids in the head or the neck, and it lodged, inside their body cavities. But even then, that doesn't prove that the IDF had anything to do with this. Hamas, Hezbollah, they have some M4s, AR-18s, AR-15s. They have weapons that use a 5.56 cartridge, so this doesn't actually prove that Israel was responsible for any of these childhood deaths. So, but I'm highly suspecting those images are actually completely doctored. Thanks for the donation, though, Supreme Negro. Let me see. Well, thank you for that, nipple clamps. Appreciate it. Richard's frozen sperm cells. Don't I tell her is Richard? How did you think the IP debate with President Sunday went? Exactly as I'd expect. He didn't make an argument, lied, and acted like an absolute retard. What do you think about President Sunday and his audience? He's a genuine fucking moron, complete ideologue, has absolutely... Yeah, like, look how dishonest he is. Psychopath Vegan Gains defends child starvation. When in the fuck did I ever defend child starvation? I just said Israel is not intentionally starving Palestinians. There is no mass risk of famine. There is food insecurity in Gaza, but that's largely due to distribution issues, not an issue with Israel not facilitating enough aid. So this guy is just a lying fucking fuckwit, dude. And if his audience watches him unironically, I mean, they're fucking retarded too. Thanks for the donation, the Richard's frozen sperm cells.
The young turds are spowing non-essays again.
Let me take a look.
There are growing concerns that Israel is intentionally targeting innocent people in their now multi-front war. And
that's a cool story. Too bad you don't have any evidence for that whatsoever, but we do have clear, obvious evidence that Hamas is targeting innocent people. The IDF released surveillance camera footage, drone footage, including thermal imaging, and communications during an operation where they were trying to take out Hamas, who were stealing aid trucks. So, and by the way, there is at least one recorded case where we know definitively Hamas committed an execution against a civilian who was distributing aid because she refused to give up, you know, the aid truck. So, right, let's accuse Israel of targeting civilians when we know Hamas is deliberately doing that. We have video surveillance. We have a forensic report. We have eyewitnesses. Like, this is just fucking retarded.
And now, some of the international doctors, including American doctors, are speaking out about the pattern of children in Gaza who are getting shot in the head. So you can actually read a lengthy piece written by one surgeon who has spent some time in Gaza.
So, fuck. This article is complete and utter horseshit. It is filled with misinformation, and it also relies on eyewitness testimony, which is the most unreliable source of information you could possibly fucking have. So some of these doctors were saying on a daily basis they were seeing kids with bullet wounds in the head and chest, suggesting these are executions or something. Well, funny how they were only able to produce 3 X-ray photos, despite on a daily basis they're claiming they're seeing kids with bullet wounds every single fucking day. So they have no actual forensic evidence for this fucking claim. On top of that, they made no effort to determine whether or not Israeli munitions were used to kill these kids, or if it was Hamas. So they're like, and again, the fucking X-ray photos they provided are very likely doctored.
This particular X-ray is almost certainly doctored. This radiologist points out huge problems. For instance, there is intubation and fracture inconsistent with bullet path and size.
Well, this one was probably, there were two that were really retarded. One, this bullet looks way too fucking large to be a 5.56. It looks like it was, like stretched with Photoshop. So that doesn't make any fucking sense. And there was another one where the bullet was like really short, and thicker. It looks like these are bad Photoshop jobs. Let me take a look. Subcutaneous hematoma, intubated, and then they're saying fake. So let's see. Most important is that we don't see any skull damage along the route of the bullet, while we see a really small fracture and a suture. Yeah. Because again, if a kid were shot with that caliber of bullet, like, they'd be missing half their head. Doctors find bullet lodged in brain of sleepy 9-year-old, remove it. Palestinian child in Israeli hospital, 2020. That's a different caliber round, though, isn't it? Wasn't that like a 9mm? And it probably like went through a wall or something. It's again, these are so fucking fishy. I wouldn't trust. I wouldn't just trust these images as real. I'd wait for some actual forensic investigation to be released, but random X-ray photos that have been provided via fucking JPEG, to the New York Times, nah, I'm not buying it. Either show the original X-ray images that haven't been copied or transferred or anything, or have an actual autopsy and forensic investigation conducted. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Gaza, it's in the New York Times, titled 65 Doctors, Nurses, and Paramedics, What We Saw in Gaza. And in this op-ed, Dr. Feroz Sidwa, who's a trauma and general surgeon, details these experiences in Khan Yunis. He was in Khan Yunis for 2 weeks. And here's what he writes. Nearly every day I was there, I saw a new young child who had been shot in the head or chest, virtually all of whom went on to die, 13 in total. There's more. At the time, I assumed that this had to be the work of a particularly sadistic soldier located nearby. But after returning home, I met an emergency medicine physician who had.
The real X-ray where the Palestinian child was sleeping actually occurred from celebratory gunfire in the air that fell down at a lower velocity than the deliberate shot.
Okay, that would make perfect sense why the bullet didn't have enough velocity to travel straight through the skull, right? Like, that's one of the few circumstances in which you wouldn't get complete penetration in a kid's skull. So yeah. So these X-ray photos are extraordinarily suspicious. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Worked in a different hospital in Gaza 2 months before me. I couldn't believe the number of kids I saw shot in the head, I told him. To my surprise, he responded, yeah, me too, every single day.
So they saw it every single day, but they only have 3 X-rays. Isn't that fishy?
So Sidwa actually spoke to 65 other healthcare workers. 44 of them said that they had seen cases of preteen children shot either in the head or the chest. And out of these 65 individuals who he spoke to, 57 of them were actually willing to go on the record to talk about
Will VG, it looks like you were right, those x-rays were doctored and yet people were still dumb enough to fall for them. Unbelievable.
Well, it hasn't been definitively proven yet. It's just that the only plausible way those X-ray photos haven't been doctored is if these are like extremely like rare 1 in a million sort of circumstances where like a bullet shot through like 5 windows or something and then ended up lodging into a kid's head, like something like that. There's no way kids are getting intentionally shot at by IDF troops. At least from like those X-ray examples. There's no way they were intentionally shot at by IDF troops. If they were, their head would be missing. There wouldn't have been a bullet on the X-ray. Like, half their skull would be missing, and there'd be no slug left. So, the only way those X-ray photos are real is if there's a very strange circumstance where there was, like, a shooting in the area, the bullet passed through like semi-hard objects that wouldn't deform the bullet, but would slow it down enough where it would cause, that minimal amount of penetration. So, but I'm leaning towards these are fucking doctored, especially considering the source this is coming from and shit. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
About what they experienced in Gaza. One of those doctors is Dr. Mohammed Rasul Abu.
Oh, a guy with a 9/11 sounding last name. What a surprise.
Noir, who's a bariatric and foregut surgeon. This is a quote from that individual. So one night in the emergency department, over the course of 4 hours, I saw six children between the ages of 5 and 12, all with single gunshot wounds to the skull.
Prove it. Where's the evidence? Did he take any who might have been on a 9/11 hijacking?
There's more. Another doctor by the name of Irfan Galaria said, our team cared for about 4 or 5 children ages 5 to 8 years old. They were all shot with single shots to the head. They all presented.
Why are there cool stories? So out of 57 doctors who were willing to go on the record and talk about this, the New York Times was only able to produce 3 X-ray photos. Does this make any sense to you? It just doesn't add up. So 57 doctors who are willing to go on the record and say, oh yeah, almost every day I saw kids that were clearly executed, shot right in the fucking head. They're only able to produce 3 X-ray photos between all of them.
To the emergency room at the same time, they all died.
Israel has become what they most despised. So shooting children.
And yeah, I don't know why you would assume Israel is responsible for this, by the way. Hamas kills civilians. They also kill children. They have a long history of using children as suicide bombers. The idea that they wouldn't be above executing children because they're like, their family are dissenters, like they're critical of Hamas or something, who the fuck knows? This is just ridiculous. And on top of that, Hamas puts civilians in harm's way all the fucking time. This might be Hamas deliberately executing children to make it seem as though Israel has done it. They might have gotten a hold of, well, they use 5.56 ammunition, but they may have even gotten a hold of M855 ball ammo that Israel uses, and they figured, hey, we can make it look as if Israel's executing children. Hamas is not above using that strategy. So the idea that you jump to the conclusion based on nothing but eyewitness testimony and 3 extremely questionable X-ray photos. Yeah, Young Turks is just fucking retarded, dude.
Yay, and like I care about children who were raised by Hamas to be Nazis theme self's dying.
I mean, I don't have nearly as much sympathy as I would for a vegan kid dying, but, Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Snoopy Noob donated $2. Just finish watching your vid in the Narnia protest. This cop was absolutely stupid, and I'm pretty sure you can sue him. I think so. Especially considering what I got him to say on camera. He didn't say anything to the effect of, you know, like, oh, I think you're going to cause trouble. He just banned me from, you know, going into Parliament Hill purely based on ideological grounds. So I might have, you know, a civil case there that could win. The woman story you interview was moving, and I respect you so much for your war for veganism in Israel. Love from Israel, brother. Well, thank you, Snoopy Noob. Appreciate the donation.
Unqualified doctor like her, she was a GP, not a mental health doctor or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, just a GP. She had a list of numbers to call. Each month, she'd call up the families of known mental patients and ask them if they're under control. It's left entirely up to the families to control their mentally unstable relative. And if the family responds and reports that they're having extreme trouble, the GP then phones a special police officer who will go and deal with the problem. That is the extent of mental health care in China. So when people snap and are at wit's end, they have no recourse. They're not allowed to
Tesla donated $2. Your thoughts on the situation? I can pretty much guarantee you that car wasn't self-driving. That was just a person making a decision to swerve out of the pedestrian and probably also didn't see the oncoming car. So that's not self-driving. If it was self-driving, it would have just ran over the person. Thanks for the donation, though, Tesla.
Blame the government. They cannot strike or protest or petition or take action. They have nowhere to turn. And so they selfishly lash out at society, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. And in China, children are the most precious and important part of society. Not to say they aren't the most precious and important part of society in other countries, but in China it's more pronounced. As I said before, there are no social programs in China. Pensions are a joke, and if you ever hope to retire in China, you'll need your family to support you. Here's how it works. Young couples are strongly encouraged and often forced into marrying young and to have children. This way, the parents of the young couple can retire, move in with the newlyweds to take care of the baby and raise the baby. They will cook, clean, and look after the household whilst the young couple go out and bring in the money. The cycle repeats once the young couple themselves get to retire.
Ben Boy donated $2. I hate animals, but I'm vegan. Is that a contradiction? No, I wouldn't say it's a contradiction, but it's kind of retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
At the end of the war, whatever happens from the river to the sky, Hamas must die.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. How do you recommend reading Berserk? Did you read it online? Do you have the books? I'd recommend reading it online. There's like, what, over 500 chapters or something? Getting the books would kind of be a pain in the ass. That's just a lot of actual physical books that you'd have to buy, and it's kind of expensive too, so I'd recommend just reading it online. Finn, what are you doing? No being pooty. Just lie down. No, just lie down. No. No, just lie down. No. No! Oh my god, you're annoying. Yeah, you're a little too annoying right now. Finn, go down. Stop being annoying.
Retirement age. By that time, their child now is getting married, and as soon as a grandchild is born, they can move in and retire whilst their child goes out to earn money. Raising a child in China is also extremely expensive and takes almost all of the parents' income due to the intense competition to get into good schools and universities. So, extra lessons, cram schools, and all that. The entire family's future rides on how good a job the child gets. So by attacking and murdering young children, these disgruntled cowards inflict huge damage to society, disrupting the plans and livelihoods of multiple generations. The grandparents can no longer retire, the parents' lives are destroyed, and China's already shrinking demographics get smaller. They have inflicted maximum damage to society. This is why the Chinese man in Australia targeted a young baby. He had been working in Australia for years under various visas, gaming the system by first using a working holiday visa, then a student visa, and when his latest application for a visa was rejected, he did what so many in China do, lashed out and took revenge on society by attacking a child. He even said to his friend that he wanted to take revenge on white people. The Chinese man in Switzerland who attacked and stabbed the little children with a knife guaranteed was frustrated in life, either romantically or in his academic career. This is clearly another textbook example of China's homegrown revenge against society phenomenon. What I'd like you to take away from this video is that this is a problem that's continuing to grow in China and unfortunately get exported abroad. Once you're aware of it and understand it,
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're just going to get right into the video, and I'm going to give you the big disclaimer as we start. Anybody that I discuss in this video, if you decide to falsely
You know it's been 1.5 years now and SJWs are still defending Hamas. When are they gonna give up?
I don't think they're ever gonna give up. They're probably going to keep spreading anti-Semitism till the end of their days. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
DMCA strike this video, I promise on my great-great-great-grandparents' soul, all right, that I will go out of my way to spend every dollar that I have to take you to court over a frivolous copyright dispute. I don't care how broken the YouTube system is. Generally, when covering scumbags, okay, sometimes they choose to employ this really terrible act. And yeah, I just want to straight up preface this by saying I will choose to always fight back, as is my God-given legal right. Now that I've basically said everything that I needed to say, today we're looking...
Jalen donates $2. Yo, is this cope?
Well, next time, if someone asks me a question, like, Lee, what's it like to compete with those big guys? Use the word tall, not big. Because really, those guys are 6 foot, and their measurements are the same as mine, 5'4.5". That makes them the small guys. Big guy, 6'1", got the same measurements as someone 5'4". That's it.
Lee Priest at his peak was ridiculously fucking huge, dude. He had the same arm measurements as dudes who were like 5 inches taller than him. So he's not really coping here. He was actually fucking freakishly gigantic.
Well, next time, if someone asks me a question, big guy, mine,
He did beat Ronnie Coleman a few times. Let me see. Not sure what show specifically he had his best physique, but he was pretty fucking gigantic. Like, his arms in particular were fucking ridiculous. So, he was pretty huge for a guy who was, like, only, what, 5'5" or 5'4", or something like that? Yeah, here he is next to Ronnie Coleman. And, oh my god. They basically have the same size arms. So, yeah, he was pretty freaky. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Looking at an interesting YouTube channel, one that is known as Mo Jamie Music. Now, this channel has about 3,080 subscribers, okay? So a pretty poppin' channel, 565 videos. Now, you might be sitting over here, Muda, why would you cover a channel like this, ladies and gentlemen? It's so small. What did they do that was so wrong? What I'm about to show you is a set of clips that basically makes this guy worse than pretty much every single kick streamer that I've pretty much ever covered on my channel, and might make this guy one of the worst people that I've covered on YouTube. Because what they do is straight up criminal on camera. And at this moment in time, I really do implore that YouTube ban this channel. And most importantly, I really hope that law enforcement gets involved and either deports him from the country he's doing these crimes in, so nobody actually ends up getting really, really hurt. So going to Mo Jamie's channel, one thing you find is watch my daily gaming live streams and IRL, watch our weekly vlogs. So on the surface, it doesn't sound really crazy. Hey, beautiful people, I'm Mo Jamie, an exciting new artist. I just love singing. I do it a lot in my room and sometimes post it here on YouTube for you amazing people. Okay, look, if you enjoy what I
Ben Boyd only tellers like, I hate animals in the sense that I don't like how they are loud as fuck and shit and piss everywhere, but I also don't want them to die either, and I'm still against their exploitation. Not all animals are loud, but thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
do, share. So there's immediately like a donation link.
I'm eating Israeli hummus right now. Thoughts? I really wish I could eat some hummus right now.
To a business address, which, dog, how the fuck is e-begging a business? Get the fuck out of here. And of course, you've got TikTok, Twitter. None of this channel ever really aged all that successfully. But if you look at the actual channel, immediately on the surface, you might be like, "Whoa, this guy's just a fan of music, and he's got a girlfriend." Okay, like
favorite whole food, vegan protein, tofu, tempeh, seitan. Probably seitan. Not the biggest fan of tempeh. Find it's easier to cook just normal tofu and make it taste good.
How come people like this monster are allowed on YouTube, but they keep going after you somehow?
I don't know. I just happened to get on everyone's radar. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
57,000 views. Umrah vlog number 4, exploring the sacred lands of Saudi Arabia. So yeah, you know, he's got him and his Korean girlfriend or wife, I guess. Hopefully they're divorced soon. Now, immediately when I'm looking into this guy's history, the oldest video is like 14 years ago. So this guy's been a pretty long time YouTuber. The channel is quite literally older than mine. It is in fact a vintage account on the internet. So a couple unearthed clips showed up that absolutely had me kind of, jaw-dropping looking at my screen. So this is one post from r/Sv3rige, where, again, it was titled, Foreign YouTuber Abuses a Girlfriend and a Dog. So immediately, two of the worst things that I've seen, and all in 1 minute and 4 seconds of a video clip that you can watch right now. So if you look at some of these clips, it is actually pretty difficult to watch. Let's look at the first video right here.
To be honest, I think it's better having menopause than erectile dysfunction.
But I think I already passed the menopause. I'm never horny in my life.
Why are you talking like this? When I'm streaming dumb.
I think we're talking to Willis.
In your mind?
No, I thought talking to Melissa.
Are you a loose?
So yeah, that was a clip where literally he got caught physically assaulting his wife on camera. Quite literally all for just vlogs or clout or whatever. I also like how this started off with him basically talking about erectile dysfunction and menopause, bringing his wife into a conversation. And she pretty much just said, yeah, I think I'm at menopause already. I don't even get horny. And he immediately gets like fucking visibly angry. I guess the fact that your wife can't get off to you is that you look like a broccoli top douchebag. And that might be what's putting her off, okay? You can sit as shirtless and twinked up as you want. But if a woman ain't gonna be attracted to you, dog, there's no amount of physical violence you can do to make her attracted to you.
Jalen donated $2. If you were 400 pounds like Mark Henry, could you bench 600? Like if I just put on 400 pounds of fat, no. Who the hell's Mark Henry? Oh, that guy. Well, Mark Henry is kind of a genetic freak. Like, he legit is one of the strongest people who's ever lived, so... But thanks for the donation, Jalen.
It's fucked up. So then, of course, there were other clips like this where, accordingly, he was racist. Listen to this one.
That stupid back then.
Ooh, insert Asian slur. The Asian slur started with a C. I'm not going to state it for obvious reasons on the platform, but I think there's I think people understand. The next clip is also really disgusting. It's animal abuse, and quite literally, if you watch it right now, I'm surprised if this video would even stay up on YouTube, per the TOS. Look at this.
What are you calling? Go get him, or tomorrow's gonna be a bad day for both of you. When I beat Shiru with the flip-flops, she always pees herself. I don't know why. Talk.
So, I don't know if I have to blur this necessary part for the video, but obviously he's kind of kicking the dogs over here. And of course, one of the really gross things in this situation is he's picking up the dogs with just the harness.
No, he's my food. You don't do this. He's my food. The guy's...
Like, literally, his wife on camera is like, you can't do that to animals. Like, he's literally picking them up by, like, the harness like this, like, closer to the neck area. Not something that's good. Kicking your dogs and treating them like that is just, again, some of the lowest behavior that I've seen. And it puts this scumbag at a worse level than, like, most of the streamers and douchebags that I've covered.
Here look like I swear to God. Sometimes when I'm at the gym, I want to their ass because they look so hot. Swear to God, you don't even look manly.
Bro, that sounds like some real Taliban, like, you gotta have a beard? Otherwise, you might attract some people, alright? Look, if you're into dudes, you're into...
Richard wants hummus. 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 Richard wants hummus.
I do want hummus.
Holy fucking shit, I found your doppelganger.
I don't think that guy looks anything like me, but thanks for the donation, Miles. Yeah, dude, a nice big French baguette with some hummus and olive oil, that would be pretty fucking good right now. Not gonna lie. I'm down to 226 pounds. I want to eat, though, because food is nice.
Dudes, all right? You just got to be honest about it, okay? Come out of the closet if you can. Most importantly, stop physically assaulting people and abusing animals. You know what's insane about this too is, like, literally like years ago, this is the kind of stuff that would have been buried and people wouldn't have been discussing. Or, you know, somebody who had these kind of skeletons in the closet wouldn't be brought to light. But now it's just happening on YouTube Live, for crying out loud. Like, I would probably say this might have been like some TikTok live stream or a kick stream. But no, this is happening literally on YouTube Live. And again, this guy is a pretty active streamer as well too, where they constantly just like upload these shitty fucking vlogs all day, every day. Now this guy is pretty used to censorship, and of course if you go to one of the most latest videos, 3.1 thousand views, and of course, interestingly enough, there's only hearts, and let's go! Yeah, I wonder if the comment sections are getting cleaned up over here. This shit is somehow more censored than all of North Korea. It's actually insane to witness. It's crazy shit. So I started to look at some of his other live streams, and of course it really obviously is apparent that this guy isn't probably from South Korea. In fact, unfortunately, this guy seems to originally be an immigrant or someone that used to live in my great true white north of Canada. Listen to this one right here.
And never whined about it. And he was a workaholic, worked a lot, enjoyed working. And you know, in Canada, it's full of waste men and waste men taking benefits from the government. And my mom told my dad that, you know, you're not a waste man. You can take the benefits from the government since you have an illness. But he said he'd rather die than get a handout from anybody. So he said he's gonna work until he dies. And that's what he did. He came home from work that day and then he got into a coma and passed away. My dad was a top G, bro.
Oh, yeah, it explains it. Your dad was a top music. Of course, this guy's a fucking Andrew Tate fan. God damn, it makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting story. I mean, if you picked up the spousal abuse from your dad, then I really don't have any sympathy for this entire family right there. Yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you, this guy's talking about the waste man collecting benefits in Canada. Dog, you're living on a tourist visa off of the back of your wife in South Korea, based on what a bunch of internet investigators were looking at in this situation. So I really don't think this scumbag has much to talk about with that whole hard work and pick yourself up by the fucking bootstraps. Now, I think the clips that I showed you were pretty much enough to warrant a total ban off of YouTube, and not just a ban off of YouTube, but a serious investigation by the South Korean, embassy to basically revoke this guy's travel visa and have him, deported out of the country. I honestly think this guy should be deported out of Canada. I don't want this scumbag in my country either collecting benefits like Waste Man, apparently, okay? It's not gonna happen. Not on my watch. Not something that I enjoy doing. Now, of course, the reality of this situation is the more I look into this guy, the more he comes across as one of these, Muslim, Allah Ta'ala can only judge me, when in reality, kutte ka bachcha khabis bhenchot ko is mulk se bahar fenkna chahiye, ladies and gentlemen. I get really mad sometimes, and I just switch languages like that, okay? I'm really sorry. Sometimes it happens. But this guy's just one of those scumbags where it's literally only God can judge me. At the end of the day, he's some reformed scumbag, when in reality, he makes a pretty poor image for Muslims, and let alone his own Arab kind in this situation, in front of the rest of the world. Now, given South Korea's predilection towards misogyny, I really don't think that the South Korean government or the police is really going to do a whole heck of a lot because of the misogyny. I think the animal abuse angle might be a little bit better in terms of reporting, just because obviously if you look at the history of, South Korea, you might tend to notice that obviously things like the Nth Room case, which I've covered 5 months ago, where I talked about a seriously messed up blackmail cyber trafficking organization that was literally happening on Telegram between 2018 to 2020 in South Korea. I mean, literally you had people distributing the most illegal of material pretty openly. It wasn't even on the dark web, for crying out loud. I don't think South Korea is really going to touch upon this based on the misogyny angle, okay? And if it's a topic that I really think people should look into, because even according to this one article from eastasiaforum.org, the more I look into it, this really harrowing statistic, in a 2015 study by the actual government, 80% of respondents, the vast majority of whom were women, reported that they were harassed in their workplace, okay? When you've got 80% of women, all right, quoted in this, or actually assessed, saying that they were harassed, you've got more than just a problem. And of course, Human Rights Watch reported that nearly 80% of male respondents admitted to violent acts against an intimate partner in a 2017 survey. Again, both really disgusting, shocking statistics. You would think that a country as advanced and, up there as South Korea, one of the largest economies in the world, and of course, one of the more advanced societies, they would treat this topic with a bit more care and finesse. But it seems like the countries...
I've already asked Mutahar if he'd debate me on veganism, and he said no. He's not interested.
Got a long way to go. Now, obviously, looking more into this situation, the thing that really baffles me about this is how this is allowed to basically occur for so long. Again, I've covered topics and channels that have been infinitely smaller than this. If you don't remember, about a year ago, I covered a YouTube channel known as Josiah...
Richard's sad because he wants hummus. Richard can't eat hummus because he has no hummus. Richard wants a French baguette and hummus but is sad because he can't eat any hummus, baguette, Israeli hummus and olive oil. Richard is pro hummus.
Yeah. I would indeed very much like hummus. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Is it a long weekend this weekend? It's a long weekend. Fuck. Oh my god. I fucking hate holidays. Son of a bitch. Well, thanks for that donation, Ben Boy.
Aya Mizukami, an individual where literally they uploaded a clip where they were talking about the truth of, you know, pedophilia, like literally unironically, like actually defending this criminal act. And of course, that person later ended up thankfully getting arrested. Law enforcement actually ended up getting involved. And I think one of the reasons for me talking about this specifically is that, look, at the end of the day, what I've seen is some really disgusting material, but at the end, I think there is a serious fork in the road moment right now where law enforcement, the government, YouTube, and various other platforms this guy is on, whether they be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, can get involved and really give that poor woman actual like attention. That poor woman and the dogs, okay? Because at the end of the day, you know, I've seen unfortunate situations. I've researched unfortunate situations where domestic violence ends up putting the, you know, the
Hopefully that guy gets run over by a bus or something. Dude seems like a complete and utter scumbag.
Over the last few months, a lot of you asked me to review some videos by Anthony Shafee. The reason I hadn't done that is because the message of the so-called carnivore diet, which I call the fake carnivore diet, is similar to my message, except that they promote cooking their food, which I'm really against, and they also religiously avoid carbohydrates for no real reason. Those are the main two things that I will go over today.
When you slow cook it like that, it breaks down the collagen and makes it more bioavailable.
Absolutely no proof. As
Jalen Donatillers, what do you think of men? What do you think of men must have firm handshake custom? Well, when you shake somebody's hand and they have this like bitch grip, it just feels gross. So you shake firmly or pointless. Also, some hand grippers go up to 400 pounds. You ever use one? I think I have one that's, I think 250. They're not like, I don't think anybody can do a 400-pound gripper. What's the heaviest one? Isn't it like 350 by Captains of Crush? Yeah, 365. Like practically nobody can close that. I think I have the number 3 and I haven't been able to close that yet, and that's 280. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. I do use grip trainers.
As I just said, actually, absolutely religious. There's just as much proof for that as there is for anything in the Bible. Just zero proof. And they just religiously repeat this, and nobody can prove it. And it's a problem because a lot of people will watch it and just blindly believe people like him, because there's a lot of these so-called carnivore guys out there, but he's one of the main ones, as far as I know, which is why, seeing as people have this sheep mindset where they just blindly follow, a lot of them will simply believe that this is true, even though it's not at all. Obviously, it's destroyed, it's denatured. You already get less of it anyway.
Obviously, it just falls apart. You can chew it easier. You can eat it much more easily. Your body can digest it and absorb it much more easily.
No proof whatsoever, just...
So it's well established cooked food is easier to digest.
So religious. What else can you say? Just nothing, because there's no proof, there's no arguments, no reasoning, just nothing. There's just nothing even you can respond to.
As well. So you do get a lot more bioavailability out of it. Obviously, some things are cooked out, like taurine and glutamine.
Actually, literally all of the nutrients are heat sensitive, except that some are more heat sensitive, such as the water-soluble vitamins. As we can see in studies, they are destroyed very significantly. It just depends on how much you cook your food. It should be clearly understood that cooking has zero benefits, as in literally zero, just nothing. And there's no proof that it has any benefits, obviously, because cooking is just exposing your food to heat, which is always destructive. So when you cook, you really destroy your food. So really cooking should have only ever been called destroying your food. Hey, do you want me to destroy some food for you today? Oh yeah, when are you going to destroy your food? In 15 minutes. Okay, come then. Let's have dinner together with this destroyed food. It should have never been called anything else. The language...
By the way, Sv3rige eats cooked food all the time. People who have lived with him have said he eats mostly like a normal person. He just eats a mix of meat and fruits and vegetables, and he's completely full of shit.
Which really makes it sound like something else. It's the same with fasting. Call it starving, and it sounds very different. Language really manipulates our minds, and cooking is really one of the most manipulative words, because nowadays it means something completely else, whereas in reality it should only mean destroying your food. How long are you going to cook your food is going to also determine how many of the nutrients will be gone. Cook it to charcoal, zero left. Cook it well done, over 50% of the protein, B vitamins, fat-soluble vitamins gone. Cook it rare, not that much gone. Yeah, it's raw in the middle. That's why there's a lot of nutrients left. You can literally see it with your own eyes.
And other sorts of things denature when you cook them, but then you...
Denaturing anything in your life is not good, but especially food.
You get a lot of access to other things that you wouldn't otherwise.
What, again, is he simply going to say other things and then not name anything? Because that's how these videos...
Yeah, Sv3rige is wearing a wig. You can kind of see where it's glued. It's not a particularly good wig, but he's wearing a wig because he ended up getting really self-conscious about going bald.
Usually go.
Like those really tough connective tissue that is really...
What other things? You didn't name anything. The connective tissue is the connective tissue. There's no proof that you cannot digest it well. None at all. So he says other things, but I'm pretty sure that he's not going to name anything. And that's always how it is with these videos. That's really the biggest problem with the fake carnivore diet. It's these religious beliefs that they have.
Difficult to digest. Otherwise, that just breaks down and is absorbed very easily. So yeah, you gotta mix them both. It's this.
Yeah, just nothing. It's exactly what you can expect from these videos. Just nothing. No proof, no arguments, no reasoning.
Some things become more bioavailable, some things you sort of lose.
Which things? Which things? You didn't name anything. Obviously, nothing can become more bioavailable when you destroy it. It's just so illogical even. Them not having any evidence for what they say is already proof enough. But then to just not name anything, but then say that there's stuff that becomes bioavailable, that should ring every red alarm in your head. It should just make you understand that they just talk and they have nothing to actually say.
You have 4 grams of glucose throughout your entire bloodstream at any given time. That's just a level teaspoon glucose. 1 more gram, 5 grams, that's a toxic dose of glucose in your body. Your body reacts to it as a toxin.
Actually, that's not even true. It differs.
No, that is not true at all. Where do they get these stupid fucking ideas?
But it's pretty low compared to what you eat. We'll see what he says.
Trying to detoxify it by raising your insulin, trying to get that below 4 grams.
Detoxify by raising your insulin? What?
By the way, protein is insulinogenic. So is protein toxic too? Like, these people are just nuts.
Is this a joke? Wait, what? The insulin is produced by your pancreas, and in this case the purpose of it is to transport the sugar to your cells for you to create energy. It's not for you to
That's pretty funny. Sv3rige is more right than Anthony Chafee.
Toxify.
Dude, when Sv3rige knows more about something than you, like, you probably have a fucking problem. Like, Anthony Chafee is stupid as shit.
Where does he get this? Do people actually watch that and just, again, blindly believe that? Same with the cooked meat. And this is a huge problem in this community.
And it may.
Do you know any cruiser-style electric motorcycles? As far as I'm aware, there are currently no commercially available electric motorcycles that are cruisers. There is a concept bike.
Can you react?
Let me see, Speed Racer.
What happened on the 7th of October, it was a genocidal. It was against humanity. It was against the Jews, against the Muslims, against the Arabs. You can no longer lie to me. You can't tell me that you didn't rape because I saw the footage online, HD quality. You recorded it. You posted it, you start removing it. You can't tell me you didn't burn people's houses because I went on TikTok, I can see it. You can't tell me that you didn't have those hostages. I go on the live Snapchats area, map, close, get close, I can see it. In 2003, you had the TV that said one cameraman that decided exactly what you're going to see. And now, because we have the access, humanity understands more. And one thing I can tell you, please do not judge the people of the Middle East through Al Jazeera TV.
Well, that's pretty based Muslim. If only more of them were like that. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, I think there was a concept bike that was unveiled. And I think it had the largest battery capacity of any bike. What was it called? Yeah, I think this was it. This is just a concept bike, though. You can't actually get it. That thing must be remarkably fucking heavy. Like, that has to be heavier than a Goldwing. But yeah, this is just a concept bike. You can't get any electric cruisers that are commercially available. You can get them custom made. I think Rich Rebuilds actually put together an electric bike. He got an old Harley and stuffed a battery into it, but you're not going to be able to get an electric cruiser. Closest thing that you can get would be something like an adventure tourer. So there's the DSR X, and there's the Energica something or other. Yeah, it's the Xperia. So they do have a standard. Like, this is a standard. It's not a cruiser, but yeah, if you want something that's comfortable that you can ride for a long time, I'd go with the Energica Xperia. They don't make any electric cruisers, and I just wouldn't really recommend electric bikes just in general. For most people, they're not worth it. If you have a lot of money and you live somewhere like California, where there's a really robust charging infrastructure, the weather's always good, and it doesn't snow or get cold, kind of makes sense. But if you live practically anywhere else, just electric anything is kind of stupid at this point.
Maintains above 4 grams and you have diabetes, that's when people...
Someone wants to debate you. Gerald Wallace wants to debate you. Where is Jared Wallace? I don't see anyone named Jared Wallace. Well, I can open up the Discord anyway. There you go. There's the Discord link. If you care to debate me.
Will start dying and getting multi-organ failure and getting
The way he talks is as if you shouldn't be consuming more than zero carbohydrates, as in a zero carb carnivore diet. And then people watch this and believe, oh, what?
No, I don't take any pre-workout supplements.
Over 4 grams of sugar in my blood is toxic. Oh no, I cannot eat carbs anymore. Oh wow, I was eating a toxic diet all along. They probably were actually, but it's not the sugar that's toxic. Oh my god, man. It probably really is like this. There's just way too many religious beliefs that people blindly believe in this community. There is no diet without glycogen in nature. You eat the liver, you're already getting maybe 100.
He said in a few hours from now. I don't even see him in chat. Who the fuck? Oh, here we go. I don't believe you're an Islamophobe. Whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, I'll still be streaming probably in a few hours. Dodo donated $2. Dodo donated $2. Dodo donated $2. Dodo donated $2.
Because they're actual Africans. They're like actual animal chimps. And they don't care.
30 St. Petersburg, Florida? Does that ring a bell? Oh, checkmate. Damn, it sounds like a library in this bitch. What's going on? You sitting there all quiet like a church mouse, dog. God damn. What was that you were saying? See, I bet you didn't wake up this morning thinking the chick was gonna do that to your ass now, did you? Now let me ask you another question. Who is Is that you? Don't tell me that's you, big dog. Not like this. You don't look like a to me. Usually are nice people. You look more like a Ryan. You know, Ryans are hateful people. Oh, sorry. My bad. You want a piece?
You're really gonna ruin a 14-year-old's life over TV?
No, don't play the victim. Listen to me carefully, you fucking recessive chromosome. Okay, don't play the victim now. You knew
Okay. You still need to watch that China lecture. I mean, you don't have to, but you should. We might watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
100 grams of carbohydrates depends on the animal. You're getting...
In your view, is owning a motorcycle cheaper than owning a Toyota? Just based on the insurance costs alone, typically it's cheaper. So, yeah, you have to spend less money on gas. Maintenance on motorcycles is usually a fair bit cheaper, and you can usually do most, if not all, the maintenance yourself. Like bikes, you don't need like a lift. The engine itself is usually pretty exposed, especially if you don't have a fully faired bike. So if you need to do any major maintenance on a bike, it's usually just easy to do it yourself. So, but yeah, just with gas money and insurance, like the money you save there, it's usually a fair bit cheaper. Lord Adam Gugamos donated $2. Let me see.
My lord. My lord. There ain't shit. My lord.
Okay.
Nigga, I don't care if you test positive for COVID, acting like a vegan even though you're not vegan. It's identity fraud. Nigga, I was vegan, but never tested positive for COVID, so how am I vegan? You can do all that rah-rah shit with COVID and blame a vegan, but you're the ones testing positive for veganism. You must be acting, huh? Oh, I feel so good, I look like a good person. That means you test positive for COVID. I mean, you can be a good person eating meat and shit, but you ain't me. Fuck everybody. Bah. I ain't gonna be the victim. I've never tested positive for COVID, but was vegan. But I will never test positive for COVID because that shit fucking dumb, like you. Bah.
No, I don't take pre-workout supplements.
Schizophrenia is caused by environment. So say someone broke into someone's property, trespass, put jawbones, and it sat there for 2 years. That person probably will never be the same. And, you know, people will do anything to better themselves. I don't have empathy. I don't think for other people. There's only 4 billion good people out there. 2 million lefts. 2 billion lefts. 2 billion rights. 1 billion of each. Fuck.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Lord Adam. Dodo donate $2. Jenk's gonna be livid. What do you think his reaction to this news is gonna be? Read the comments before you watch the video. They're all Russian-Iranian bots.
We are following breaking news out of the Middle East. At least 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed.
No American soldiers should be sent. How nice of US to send soldiers and weapons to Israel along with billions of Ukraine and Israel, yet here we are in America struggling to make ends meet. Have to give you credit, you're not saying 60 people, it's soldiers in a military base. What about Palestinians who get slaughtered by Israel? What about Lebanese people? Some of these that are saying like such a waste of US taxpayer money, those could be bots.
Killed, dozens more injured after Hezbollah drones hit an Israeli army base near Haifa. The drone attack is one of the bloodiest since the war started last October. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility. Let's go down to CNN's Nick Robertson, who is in Tel Aviv and joins us now live. Nick, this seems like a major moment to mark.
It is. The IDF has confirmed that this was a military base that was struck, that 4 soldiers are dead, 7 are critically injured. Medics on the scene describe it as a very difficult situation. More than 60 casualties, they said, evacuated to 8 different hospitals by ambulance and by helicopter. But just, you have to stress here that this base is 40 miles from the border with Lebanon. That's a long way. It's closer to here in Tel Aviv than it is to the actual fighting at the war front. So this is very significant, and it absolutely does seem to be perhaps the bloodiest incident targeting and hitting IDF forces away from the front line since October the 7th last year. The IDF chief spokesman has been to the site tonight describing what has happened.
We are now busy contacting their families. All of the soldiers at the base were instructed to call home and update their families that they are okay. We are managing the incident. We will learn from and investigate the incident, how a UAV entered without an alert at the base. The threat of UAVs is a threat we are dealing with since the beginning of the war. We need an improvement to our defense.
Well, that's not great news. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hi VG. I hope that you are feeling great tonight. So much so that I hope you are feeling up to singing this song. Lol, I'll be thinking of this song more if Trump were to win/steal the election and get away with it.
I can sing that for you. I'm feeling a little fluish, but I can sing the song for you. Thanks for the donation, Ben. I got voices in my head, tread carefully. I don't medicate, it helps me temporarily. I got problems, I got issues, yeah, apparently. Trauma that I'm burying, I think I need some therapy. Battle depression, I'm back with a message, I'm asking a question. But if you hate me, why you acting obsessive? I'm past the point of no return, fuck being passive aggressive, I'll brandish a weapon. And teach all you motherfuckers a lesson. Yeah, I actually battle my demons and shadows. They swim in the deep and creep in the shadows. I'm lost, I gotta admit, I'm living the life that I've always wanted, but it comes at a cost. Yeah, they're licking their chops, they're fixing me. I'm swimming with the sharks, I'm looking bar. Mix with some Ritalin, you start a battle, but bitch, I'm gonna finish it. You think you guys taking my words and you pick it apart, tripping on nothing, just getting in the car, gripping and ripping and sticking the mark, I'm tipping. Because I got enemies trying to get rid of me. Evil tendencies are fucking with me mentally. I got people that don't like me in the industry. I can feel your energy, you're not a friend to me. Because I have been places that you never want to go. Yeah, I got dirt on people that they act like they don't know. I could do some damage, but I'll never rock the boat. All it takes is one post, watch them fall like dominoes. You'll never get rid of me, too many minis, me's, ripping. Put every enemy out their misery. Someone send me some positive energy about to go. And shut your motherfuckers up, you listening, stack and every little. Anybody always winning, never kidding when I die. Cause I'll never simp a motherfucking. The pain and sorrow let us hollow. No tomorrow's hard to swallow. Death is scaling so appalling. Tightrope walking now and falling down. Like missiles falling from the sky. Come and save us. The pain and sorrow left us hollow. Here today, but gone tomorrow. The pain inside is the fuel that drives this flesh and bone through blood-red skies. The death-defying, hypnotizing. One day you're gonna figure out that every day. Watch the world burn. The fear is what keeps you alive. Break the fucking chains. Take back your life. The fear is what keeps you insane. Break the fucking chains. Take back the pain. Okay, that was okay. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Lord Adam donated $2.
Real talk, you need to face the truth or you will be used. Ignorance is something that people thrive on. Oh, you don't want to be paid for work? Well, be a slave. COVID facts. Co equals united. V equals vegan trademark. ID is identity. Mevikin is a vegan race from Mevico. Mexican is an identity fraud. Mexican is really me circumflex That's a circumflex. / correct VICAN. Coronavirus has the same letters as carnivorous. I as our V-corn is a sentence in those words, aka anagram. Coronavirus carnivorous. They are trying to take control of your stupidity. Wake up! Real
Okay. That was good.
Mexicans are racist against Mexicans. I was Mexican, and I plan on being Mexican again. Mexicans are racist against Mexicans. I was Mexican, and I plan on being Mexican again. Mexicans are...
Okay.
It's my fault Mexicans lie and say they're Mexican. It's my fault. All of this is my fault, right? Yeah, I'm exposing and trying to help, but you're just ignorant. I'm not crazy. People can't handle their meat, which is why there was COVID. Meat is a disease. You have to kill and take life, and you expect it not to affect your life. What's so bad about plants? Opioids? Cocaine? Come on.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Lord Adam.
And yet SJW dipshits still somehow defend Hamas.
Yeah, they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I want to get a blanket because I'm cold, but I have like no energy to get up.
PLS sing this, thanks.
Let me see, Riley. I can sing this for you. I've tried, and I've tried even more. I've cried, and I can't recall what for. I've pressed, I've pushed, I've yelled, I've begged, and hoped for some success, but the inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've known more fucks to give, my fucks have runneth dry. Tried to go fuck shopping, but there's no more fucks to buy. I've no more fucks to give, no more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget, and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I've played by all the rules, but I've very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I've wooed, I've laughed, at last to no avail. I've run around like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck fuse has just blown. Been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've all up. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck rations are depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The distinct lack of acknowledgement has now begun to gall, and I've come to realize I don't give a fuck at all. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have flown away. My fucks are now so fucked off, they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. They've come back around and passed me again while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. I've planned many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they've went. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks to give. Alright, that was a good song. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
The IOF has bombed Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Yemen, the Irish Defence Force, and a UN facility. When will you admit that this is genocide and colonization, not self-defense? And when can you just admit that Israel doesn't care that the CO captives?
So, Israel bombed Gaza because they're fighting Hamas. They've bombed Lebanon because they're fighting Hezbollah. They bombed Syria because there are Iranian targets in Syria. And they've bombed Iran and Yemen because, again, there's Iranian targets in Iran and Yemen. I don't know what you mean by Irish Defense Force. I haven't heard of that story, and they didn't bomb a UN facility. Oh, do you mean the AIDS Center? Okay, you're a fucking idiot. Whatever, you're just dumb. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Lord Cum donated $2. Let me see.
Hello, dear friends. This is Kate, your host. Today I have prepared something amazing for you. We will wash dishes with an artistic twist. We will wear bright body art while performing this everyday task.
Okay.
I'm taking you through something a little different. We're washing the floor, but not just any floor cleaning. We're going to mix in some creativity with an artistic twist because
2 weeks ago. Can you see your asshole?
cleaning doesn't have to be boring. Let's jump right in. First off, as you can see, the floor, but is clean in. Boring. Let's
You can literally see your asshole. So this is the new meta of nudity for views?
Washing the floor near my mirror, but with an artistic touch. Clean, getting close and
Yeah, you can literally see their pussy and asshole.
side of the bed. We're giving
I'm just gonna play it safe. Thanks for the donation though, Lord Cum. Booty Cum donated $2. Let me see.
Today we're at Studio Biz with Justin Jackson to get some tips on tap dancing. Yo, yeah!
I'm going to show you guys the basic elements of tap dancing, what you start with before you become a real tap dancer. Give me toe, 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 right and left, right and left, right and left, and right and left.
Struggling! Yo!
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. How many carbs should I consume at 104 kilograms? I don't know. Depends on the amount of calories you need to consume. Carbohydrates should probably make up about 40-60% of your calories, somewhere around there.
A little bit from the blood also, from the muscles, if it's very, very fresh and you right away eat the animal, not the kind of meat that you will eat today, which is old and dried out.
Limbs packed off and kidneys failing and dying. It's because of that one.
How can people who are clueless about motorcycles make an informed decision when buying one? Do you recommend any source of information, YouTube channel, blog, etc.? You can check out Fortnine, Revzilla, Yammy Noob. I don't really like the guy, but Yammy Noob would be an option. Those would be sources I'd check out.
Oh my god, man, this is really bad. This is absolute fear-mongering. This is messed up that he's doing this, because people who have no idea about this topic, they will just blindly believe him and be afraid of eating sugar, even though there is no such a diet in nature.
Extra gram of glucose. We're throwing in hundreds of extra grams of glucose and fructose and...
Yeah, and eating 300, 400, 500 grams of carbs a day is abnormal. It would happen sometimes in nature. You would find a tree with wild fruits, and a lot of them are sweet, sure. Most of the ones that we eat today are cultivated and over-the-top sweet, but there are actual very sweet fruits in nature. They just have a bigger seed, a thicker shell, depending on the fruit, and a lot less fruit flesh, but...
Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. That's a nice dog.
Another one? Look, I told you, little friend, I ain't paying for that! Without my drink! How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
That was good. If you decide to go for another shroom trip,
You're tripping? Oh, cool. Oh, my skin is inside out again. Help! Help! Oh, catch! Wait, do you feel them crawling too? Get out! Get out of my head! Get out of my... Are you itchy? Oh, that's the spot. Uh-oh! You're not looking too good. Here, drink some water. Oh, wait!
this would probably just annoy me if I was high on shrooms.
It's gonna burn a little bit. Deep breaths! Deep breaths! Hey! You're sleeping! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Kind of reminds me.
Tearing up the streets in 1995 and destroying the competition.
Dominic Toretto, is that really you? Yep, E.T.
Yep.
What are we looking at here? We're looking at Boomer. This is Boomer. He's got the biggest mouth of them all. He's the whale shark. Say hello to that round mound of pound and his power slam. Very deadly. Oh. He loves to tenderize the competition before he eats him. Then we've got Sledge, the hammerhead. Sledge the Hammerhead loves to floor the competition with the flying headbutt. You got me? He's the leader of the Street Sharks. He's a great warrior. He's got the feel real shark skin, and his special power is the right hand roundhouse punch. He sends the competition to a watery grave. Boom! Death. I want to show you something up close and personal. I've got something here with such fantastic detail, it's going to blow you away. Head shark! Good chase! Rocky Balboa action.
Yeah, that was Vin Diesel before he was famous.
It's possible that you would find that now and then. You would also find honey now and then, maybe very rarely, depending on where you live. But if you would, then you would eat hundreds of grams of carbohydrates at a time. Again, eating that every day, especially the junk carbohydrates that we eat today, is bad, yeah. And it can lead to diabetes type 2 easily anyway. And type 1, that's a different topic, but that's why children get it a lot nowadays, just because of what they consume. As babies already, it's already wrong right there from the beginning.
Lactose and all these sorts of things, that's harming you. And your body can compensate for that for a while, but not forever. Is fat or protein more important? I have trouble sleeping on carnivore. Any tips? Also, are...
Vegan Irishman donate $2. Didn't Israel bomb Syria was also because there was a Russian outpost supplying weapons to Hezbollah too? Well, that was recent. I don't know what he was talking about specifically. Israel's bombed Syria a few times. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
Fruit and honey still bad, even though it's different sugar. Well, the problem is it's not different sugar. It's exactly the same kind of sugar. It's fructose and sucrose, and actually the honey has quite a lot of fructose. And so that's the point. I mean, the idea is that it is the same sugar. It's just that it comes with other things that are beneficial, but that's
yes, exactly. Fruits.
Matt and his friend Jimmy Snow are complete power-tripping bullies. Imagine being so pathetic that you need to yell at low IQ religious people every week. I tried talking to Jimmy and he muted me because my argument about vegan diet made too much sense.
I don't know why anybody watches their call-in show. It's not a call-in show. All they do is mute you as soon as you have the slightest disagreement. Then they ramble incessantly for 5 minutes and then they kick you. It's so stupid. I don't know how anybody finds that entertaining. And they're absolute fucking morons. Like, they're clearly extraordinarily immature for their age. And I mean, you know, Jimmy was being accused of sexually exploiting people. You know, it's not to the point where he was, like, you know, raping anybody or anything, but just that kind of behavior, the guy has, like, the mind of a fucking 14-year-old. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick on the Moon. Lord Adam donated $2. I am a better schizophrenic than Aaron Anus.
So, the coronavirus is an anagram of carnivorous. ISRV-corn / Savior I corn is the antidote. Whiskey. If you want to feel vegan, take a shot of whiskey. You'll be alright. Do not get over and indulge in whiskey. There's little bottles of whiskey you can take. On your weekend, when you have 2 days off, take a shot and leave that shit alone for a fucking month. If you feel like you should do something good. But I like Norcos. That's what makes me feel vegan. My shoulder hurts right now. I think Galnick is clinically insane. I think you started a war by not going vegan when everyone was ordered to go vegan. COVID. COVID is a form of sobriety because we don't have to live off meat. Meat is an action. There's plenty of people with office jobs, and there's plenty of people disabled because there's people that stepped up and didn't give up. I stepped up by going vegan. And I could be working, but you are an ableist. You're not going to gaslight me, coerce me. I'm not stepping down. Should have went vegan.
Well, thank you for that, Adam. Appreciate the donation. I really need to get a blanket. It's very hard to move. Oh, shit.
Hi Richard. Hope you're doing good. Bro Turkey Tom said the word while playing Fortnite lol.
Well, that's fair.
This is what I need to win. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, 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 fuck. Don't do it, nigger. Oh fuck!
Let's see. You said the N-word. I sell N-word passes for $50 each. I'd recommend buying a few so you don't get canceled. There we go.
You started a war.
Oh wait, wrong link.
Bonsai is living art, a collaboration between nature and the artist. The health of the tree is always the priority, but within that we have the ability to design it according to our individual creative expression, always being respectful of its natural tendencies. Wood is our canvas. Wire is used to bend branches into position and will be removed once they've set, normally after a year or two. Wire on, wire off. This tree is already older than me, but I expect it will also outlive me and continue its journey in another artist's hands.
I don't get it, but thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Hey VG. When's the next time you plan on going out to debate pro-Palestinians? Do you have a stab vest yet? If not, how much do they cost typically?
There's a bunch of them that are sold on Amazon that have varying prices. I wouldn't buy body armor off Amazon. You have no idea what you're fucking getting, and a lot of them are fake. But if you want actual body armor that has real rated stab protection, you're probably looking at least $400. So they tend to be pretty expensive, but you sort of have to pay that kind of money to get something that works. Don't have a stab vest yet, though. Body armor is legal in Ontario, and you can wear it anywhere, so... usually a lot of bulletproof body armor is also stab rated, so... a lot of the time there's not really any difference. You can get bullet and stab protection. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler. I don't know when the next Palestine protest thing's gonna be. I'll donate a monkey if you do 50 press-ups. I don't want a monkey. I still have to get up out of my chair and get a blanket. I'm not feeling well. Dude, I'm gonna have to piss soon. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna walk up the stairs. I need a piss bucket. Maybe if I just roll to the blanket, I can get it without having to get up. Ugh. No, no, Finn. No. No. You're too annoying. You're too annoying. Hmm? You're just too pooty. Okay, fine. Just don't be annoying, okay? If you don't be annoying, then you can stay here. Oh, much better. 21st Savage and $8 Dodo, say goodbye to the hundreds of dollars you bet on Kamala winning. She literally lost the hood vote.
About to vote?
Yeah.
Who you voting for?
Trump.
Come on, bro. Harris does backwards, bro.
What?
Harris.
Man, we not voting for that, man. We voted for Trump, man.
And who you voting for, Trump or Kamala?
Man, Trump. We ain't with that Indian ass, man.
Who, Kamala?
Yeah, we ain't.
Why you don't fuck with her?
Cause she fuck with them immigrants. I'm black.
So why you ride with Trump so much?
Them Venezuelans taking all our bread.
Hey, Trump or Kamala?
Shit, Trump, to be honest.
Why Trump, though?
He used to keep immigrants out, so, you know, we was able for us to get jobs. It's hard for us to get jobs now, shit, because immigrants taking over. They do it better than us, though, but they taking our man.
All right, so this election around, you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah, fuck Camilla, fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not for her.
Alright. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Come with vitamin C, for example.
What the fuck?
Here. Make sure you get a good one. Call it an early Christmas gift or whatever the fuck. Just don't get stabbed, please.
Holy shit, dude. Thanks for the big donation, man. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I guess, I'll get a bulletproof and stab-proof vest for, you know... No. He wants to jump in my mouth. I don't even know what he wants, like... He's like a fly. For some reason, Finn just wants to jump in my mouth. Yeah, you're like a fly. You're really weird and gross. No! No. I'll make sure I get a stab vest, and it'll probably also be bulletproof for the next, you know, protest thing I do. But really appreciate that, Tyler. Thanks a lot, man.
Of course, DHAA, the animal vitamin C, which we use, is a lot better, but
There's actually a really funny point in that protest where I thought I was actually going to get attacked with a knife. There's some really sketchy looking dude who was wearing a balaclava that was standing right next to me. And he was playing with something in his pockets. And I was just watching his hands to make sure he didn't just quickly pull out a knife on me. And I made it obvious that I was staring at him. And after about a couple minutes, he just left. So I don't know if he actually had a knife in his pocket, but he was definitely thinking about doing something. And I was thinking, ah, fuck, maybe I should have gotten the stab vest. Going Andrews donated $2. Poor Jasmine. Let me see.
All right, major stone shield potions should be... Oh, God. I'm gonna have diarrhea again. You can't go to the bathroom. You're stacking Sunder armor. It's okay. Mom! Bathroom!
What, hon?
Bathroom! Bathroom!
Oh, that's a big boy, isn't he?
All right, Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. I'm now going to use Mocking Blow.
Yeah, that was one of the best South Park episodes. It was great. Plus not Adam.
Every moment you feel sad, my nigga, is a moment wasted you could have been happy. Every moment you feel sad, my nigga, is a moment wasted you could have been happy.
Yeah, that is true.
Stop letting your emotions control you, my nigga. You control them. Stop letting your emotions control you, my nigga. You control them.
I agree. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
it does help you to metabolize the sugar. That's the main purpose of it. That's why wild fruits...
Jasmine is out for the weekend. She went over to across the border to the States. She's just hanging out with some friends. But she should be back by tomorrow night. She took her motorcycle, and I made sure that everything was working properly. Checked the tires, chain, found her GPS, had to sort through a fuck ton of boxes. Also checked the brakes and everything. But thanks, did I say thanks, Going Anders? I can't remember. Yeah, I think I did. Can you make a video of vegan gains starting a lucrative N-word pass business? I'll try.
Have a lot of vitamin C, but very little sugar in comparison. Nowadays, it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, Jake's okay.
So even though you're eating oranges, you're not getting enough vitamin C compared to the sugar that you're...
Jake is a remarkably lazy horse. Like, insanely lazy. We actually thought he had some, he had like arthritis basically in his foot. I can't remember what the technical term is, but horses can get a form of arthritis in their like ankles or something. And he'd always walk everywhere super fucking slowly. And we ended up getting x-rays for him. And it showed that there was a bit of that arthritis in his foot, so we thought he had like a lot of pain. Well, the vet came out and they were doing testing and forcing him to run. No problem. He's just really fucking lazy. He just never wants to run or do anything. He just is super lazy.
That $500 ain't going on no Sv3rige, either gonna spend it on donuts after his diet and gonna buy a cheap ass stab vest for $10 or buy some donuts and waste money on items he'll use once then forget about it. You should get new wigs.
I've actually lost interest in eating very sweet foods. Like, I don't want to eat Oreos. I don't want to eat donuts anymore. What I really crave is savory foods.
Find the connection, 1.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, El Vegan. So, like, I want, like, Chinese food. I want, like, potatoes and gravy. I want hummus. Stuff like that. So I'm probably not going to waste it on donuts. I do have to get some beards, though. Might get some fake beards. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycum.
Shiva shed tears due to lot of pain. Did you know that? During the churning of the ocean, the gods and demons came together to obtain the nectar of immortality. However, as they churned, a deadly poison called hala hala emerged from the depths of the ocean, threatening to destroy all of creation. Terrified and desperate, the gods turned to Lord Shiva for help, knowing that only he could save them from the impending doom. Without hesitation, Shiva consumed the poison to save the world. As he drank the hala hala, his throat turned blue, and the poison became trapped there, preventing it from spreading further. This act earned him the name Nilakantha, meaning blue throat. As Shiva endured the pain of the poison, tears flowed from his eyes.
Wow. That's gay. Men aren't supposed to cry.
Falling to the earth and nourishing the land. His selfless sacrifice saved the world. Shiva.
Sadhguru, you drank cobra's venom with milk. Why?
It's venom, it's not poison. You need to understand that.
Yeah, venom is not poisonous. There's a reason it's called venom. The ven in venom means Venus, so it has to be injected into your bloodstream. Hence the ven prefix.
Here are 5 religions that worship a penis. 1. Hindu. The Hindu god Shiva's highly distinctive body portion is represented by the lingam. Shiva is the god of destruction and change in the Hindu trinity. The Shivlinga is worshipped by all Hindus as the worship of their lord. 2. Egyptian. The fertility god Min was revered in ancient Egypt. Min is always depicted holding a penis with his left hand and a threshing flail with his uplifted right hand in Egyptian art and monuments. 3. Buddhism. The phallus, or penis as we know it, has long been revered as a heavenly human organ by the inhabitants of Bhutan. It is a fertility symbol and a barrier against evil spirits and rumors. 4. Japanese. A custom is observed yearly in Japan at the Kawasaki Penis Festival, where enormous phallic statues are revered. 5. Roman. Penises were seen to be lucky in Roman culture. Because of this, wind chimes in the form of male genitalia are everywhere throughout the British Museum in London. Here.
I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, El Vegan.
Getting it is a pretty big problem because you're going to be using the vitamin C in your liver, spleen, wherever it will be stored from your own body. You're going to be depleting yourself also from magnesium and all of the minerals that you need to use to metabolize the sugar. The biggest problem is when you're eating extracted sugar, all of the syrups nowadays also, then you're eating basically pure sugar, probably with some harmful toxins also, because of the way it's made today. And then you're going to be using purely all of the nutrients from your own body to metabolize the sugar. That's really the biggest problem with eating extracted sugar. You can say that it's technically the same sugar, but you really need to be getting sugar from whole foods, if anything.
Same thing as saying that spinach has, you know, these different vitamins and minerals, and there are good things, and so that offsets the bad things that are in.
There's nothing really good in spinach.
It doesn't, you know. It's not good enough to make up for the stuff that's harmful in it, in my opinion.
What exactly is harmful in it? The sugar? Or what do you mean? How is sugar in itself harmful? You can really, really overdo it when you eat especially processed junk food today, which is full of drugs and makes you addicted to it, which is why you go back and consume donuts, for example, grains, the starch. That's all clear. I'm sure that everybody nowadays understands it, even though a lot of people still eat that. But what is actually the problem with fruits themselves, especially if they are wild? We'll see what he says.
So yeah, I don't have anything to do with fruit and honey. I have a video just called Fruit and Honey Are Not Carnivore, and I sort of go through.
Yes, when you define the carnivore so-called diet as you eating a bunch of cooked meat, sure, but the biological definition of a carnivore is an animal that eats at least 20% of raw meat. That's it. So even if an animal is eating 20% raw meat...
No, that's not what a carnivore is.
He hunts some animals, and the rest is plants, fruits, whatever, 80% fruits. Then he's a carnivore by definition, biologically. And a human who eats 100% cooked meat is not a carnivore by definition. There's just no animals that eat cooked meat. Yes, I get it. You're still eating meat. That's all fine. But if we really want to perfectly define it, the carnivore diet has just nothing to do with actual carnivores, which is why the title of the diet is a joke. And fruits and honey can absolutely be part of a real carnivore's diet, and eat it anyway.
Stops you.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the rest of that because it's sort of boring. This looks interesting. So, Nutrition Made Simple debated Ken Berry.
To react to the channel Candy Berry MD, and specifically this video called "What Will Happen If..."
I love how this lazy asshole uses the same thumbnail over and over again.
If you eat oatmeal every day, shock answer. So I took a look at it, and as usual, we contacted the creator, and to his credit, Dr. Berry was more than happy to come on and chat about it, so we did. You're about to see it. Hopefully this is helpful for you guys, seeing this process in real time, comparing views, going over the evidence that those views are based on, all done respectfully. So here's our conversation. Enjoy. Thanks again for being willing to talk. I think
absolutely, I'm happy to be here with you.
Yeah, and just to reiterate kind of how we find ourselves sitting here face to face. Basically, I've gotten over the years, a lot of requests from viewers to comment on your content, to react to your content. And a couple of videos come up a lot. And one of the videos that comes up a lot is this video about oatmeal that you made some time ago. And so I took a look at it, agreed with some of it. Other ideas I found very surprising because they didn't match any of the evidence that I had seen. But before you do an in-depth dive, maybe I had missed something. So reached out to you, and here we are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to go over some of the ideas in the video, and maybe you don't subscribe to those ideas anymore. Maybe you do. Either way, it's okay. I think it'll be an interesting exchange.
Yeah, I totally agree. And let me just say right off the bat, I really applaud you for doing this. So many of us get in our silos of what we believe and what we don't believe, and that makes the other side immediately the enemy. And I don't think like that at all, and I don't think you do either. I think what you and I are both trying to do is rediscover what a proper human diet actually is. And so I'm really thankful that you reached out and said, hey, let's have a discussion about this.
Love it. Yeah, so just to give an example, the first idea that you have in the video, I think we agree on. Essentially, you are kind of playfully putting down this idea that oats are a superfood or a perfect food, this excessive hype out there. I essentially agree with that. I think basically superfood is not a scientific term, it's a marketing term. When it's used out there, it's used to sell stuff. There's no such thing essentially as a superfood scientifically. So the demystifying of excessive hype around certain foods as being perfect or panaceas I agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, and part of my video is in reaction to those videos that, you know, qualify oatmeal as some kind of superfood. It's just like, oh, this is just the best food in the world. There's no downside whatsoever. And so part of my video, as you know, is based on just the nutrition and how it affects people with diabetes. But then part of it is just kind of a slapback answer to the people who act like, you know, overnight oats are the answer to every single thing. And in preparation for that video, I know you do a ton of prep for your videos, it's obvious. I actually looked into the anthropological record on oats. And before about 4,500 years ago, no human ever ate oats in any meaningful quantity. I'm sorry, never. They just didn't. They didn't have the technology to process them, and so it was considered a food for horses, basically, and other livestock. And then we did develop some in the Iron Age.
That is not true. That is just simply not true.
Started to be food for the poorest of the poor. And so anybody who could afford to eat better would eat better. But if you couldn't afford to do better, then you would eat oats. And they came up with
Like, what he's saying here is so nonsensical because rich people would preferentially eat refined grains. So white bread, white rice, it was the poor people who got the whole grains that were like tougher, chewier, didn't taste as good, but they were eating a healthier food. So I don't know why he's mentioning poor people ate that food. Like, okay, I guess Henry VIII must have been so fucking healthy, like being 500 fucking pounds. Like, yeah, there was a lot of rich people at the time who overindulged, ate shitty food, and got sick and died. I don't know what... Just because poor people ate it, that means it's bad for you.
various ways of cooking them to decrease the phytic acid and the lectins and the oxalates and the avenin. And it became basically a fallback food or a starvation food for the poorest of the poor.
Dude, it's funny how he says this. I used to eat raw steel-cut oats a lot. They have a nice nutty taste. They're not so hard that they'll fuck up your teeth. So I used to literally just spoon like raw steel-cut oats. You can eat raw steel-cut oats just fine.
And then Quaker came along in I think it was 1877, and they started the Quaker Mill Company and started milling oats. And then later, I think 1900 and 1901, they started the Quaker Oats Company, where they kind of conglomerated a bunch of different companies into one big company and started really making oats in earnest. And even then, if you go back and read in the history, oats were still considered a fallback food. If you couldn't afford bacon and eggs for breakfast or whatever, then you would eat oats, and that was better than starving. And I totally agree with that statement, that oats are always better than starvation. 100% agree. And then some of your viewers may already know, but PepsiCo bought Quaker Oats in 2001, I think. And so PepsiCo, they tend to buy foods that have very specific criteria. And I think it's telling that they decided to buy Quaker Oats at that time.
Just to touch on something that you said initially, that oats started to be, that the first evidence appears 4,500 years ago. There is a study out there going back 30,000 years for oats consumption. Now, the quantification is always difficult with paleoanthropological data, but that's the oldest one that I've seen is 30,000. And then for whole grains in general, 100K plus. For I think sorghum is the oldest one that I've seen.
Right. And so that's exactly correct. And that's been found at one time in that one specific location, that there was some evidence that suggests that they were eating oats in some meaningful quantity. But there are a couple of anthropologists who have a problem with that study, saying that the oat residue could have shown up for many, many other reasons. But I'm happy to give you that humans in one location around the entire world ate oats at that time, 30,000 give or take years ago.
Yeah.
But like you said, the quantification, that's hugely important. And oats were never eaten in any meaningful quantity, at least as far as the evidence, before about 4,500 years ago.
Yeah, the discussion about
who cares? 4,500 years ago, we didn't have vaccines. Is this an argument against using vaccines? Like, this is what they do. They're like, our ancient ancestors that used to practice genital mutilation and throw virgins into volcanoes so that it would rain, they didn't eat oats and they were healthy. Like, okay.
Paleoanthropology and what our ancestors ate. I find it fascinating. I had a full, like a 1 hour long, 2-part interview with a professor of paleoanthropology who dedicated his entire career to studying ancestor diets. So I think it's fascinating. Researching for that was one of the most fun videos that I did. But
yeah, I think it's not only fascinating, I think it's actually vital. to truly understanding what human beings should be eating, because every other animal on the earth, every other mammalian species that we deal with, we know exactly what they should eat. We know exactly what they should avoid. It's not up for debate in the veterinary sciences, right?
That's actually not true whatsoever. This guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. So, wild animals eat what is available to them, not what is most healthy for them. That's why when you look at pet food, you can look at any pet food, Royal Canin, Purina, like any of these major brands. They have things in the food that they wouldn't normally find, you know, in the wild with their natural diet and shit. So you'll often see, for instance, wild wolves. They'll die from eating bones. They'll chew up bones from a dead animal. They'll swallow hard, sharp pieces of bone. It'll perforate their stomach or their intestines, and then they'll die. Is that good for them? So, like, that's why it's not recommended to give actual animal bones to your pets. It's what they eat in the wild, but it's not good for them. You'll also see them add dietary fiber, because, again, these companies actually do research, randomized trials, and they look at health outcomes. And these pet food formulations, they have more fiber than what they would get with their natural quote-unquote diet, because it seems to be beneficial for overall health outcomes. And again, there's debate over this, like most recently, the vegan cat issue. The latest research on vegan cats, it shows that for most health problems, vegan cats actually have better health outcomes than cats fed a traditional diet. There also appears to be absolutely zero benefit to feeding cats or dogs a, like, you know, carnivore raw meat diet where you feed them, you know, meat and organs, crap like that. So, no, we don't have, like, we do have a pretty good idea of what sort of dietary pattern is good for most animals, but the idea we know exactly what they should be eating, no. I don't know why you'd assume that.
Right? Cows eat grass. That's known. And so many people don't even think, even dietitians and doctors, they don't think about archaeology, anthropology, paleoanthropology. That doesn't even enter into their mind when they're saying, oh, you should eat a bowl of steel.
You know, it's funny how he's making this argument too. What is our closest ape relative? Chimpanzees. What do chimpanzees mostly eat? Fruits, vegetables, and a little bit of meat. Like, I think it makes up, like, what, 2% of their fucking diet? Our closest animal relatives eat a plant-based diet, and then this guy is saying, we gotta eat meat. You know how I know that? I saw a monkey eating a hamburger.
Steel cut oats every morning for breakfast. It's a superfood. They have given zero thought, and so I love it that you understand that's obviously very important. If we're going to be having public opinions about what humans should eat and what they should avoid, we should probably look back into the past and see what have humans been eating the longest? What have they been eating?
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. So there's two main reasons why that idea is stupid. One, our ancestors ate whatever they could get a hold of, not what was healthy for them, and there was no medical science at the time. So people wouldn't know something like tobacco is bad for you. In fact, for the longest time, you're talking about, like, shit, it has to be, like, thousands of years where people thought some of these drugs like tobacco were actually good for you. People didn't know alcohol caused liver damage and fatty liver disease. For the longest time, people thought alcoholic drinks were actually good for you. And that would go for a number of other, like, foods or drugs or medicines. So I don't know why you'd look at what our ancient ancestors did. Again, These are the same people who practiced genital mutilation and threw virgins into volcanoes because they thought it would help it rain. As if these people would give you any insight into what a proper human diet is, you know, for the best health outcomes. Secondly, there's something called antagonistic pleiotropy. So just because something gives you a high degree of fitness early in life, that doesn't mean it gives you a high degree of fitness later in life. So you could presumably find associations with certain animal foods. So like liver, for instance. For a very long time, liver was considered a really healthy food because it would prevent things like night blindness from vitamin A deficiency. It could help prevent rickets, vitamin D deficiency. People notice that if you ate certain foods, you wouldn't get some of these illnesses. So, okay, eating something like liver, it might it might help with fitness early in life, where you're getting enough protein, you're getting enough nutrition. But if you eat foods like that later in life, where you're eating more saturated fat, cholesterol, crap like that, well, now you're going to be more prone to heart disease or diabetes or certain forms of cancer, and maybe you were over-consuming some of these vitamins, and you're more prone to like bone diseases later in life, shit like that. So again, just because you can find ancient ancestors finding correlations with fitness and certain animal foods, that doesn't mean later in life those foods are going to actually be beneficial for you.
For hundreds of thousands of years. What have they been eating for thousands of years? I think that's very important and very telling, because there's this principle in biology called adaptation. In evolutionary biology, and even just in biology, you adapt to something the more generations you're exposed to it. And so there are certain foods that we've been eating, our ancestors have been eating for over 2.5 million years.
So again, antagonistic pleiotropy would completely defeat this argument. Just because something promotes fitness early in life doesn't mean it promotes fitness later in life. And on top of that, you're literally just making a blind assumption. Oh, people have been eating this for a long time, so it must be good. Okay, well, human beings have been consuming tobacco for thousands of years. Does that make tobacco good for us? We've also been drinking alcohol for thousands of years. And even early hominids, they probably had access to alcohol of some sort from eating overripe fruit that was fermenting. So you could even argue for hundreds of thousands of years, we've been exposed to alcohol. Does that make alcohol good? No, you're just making a blind assumption that because we've been consuming something for so long, it must be healthy. And it's basically an appeal to nature fallacy. He's just making the sound more scientific because he's appealing to evolution, which is a scientific theory to support this idea, but it's really just an appeal to nature fallacy. The only way to determine if something's good or bad for you is either with randomized trials or prospective cohorts.
And so obviously we have adapted thoroughly and completely to that, not only to the point where we can tolerate it, but that it actually is beneficial. And then there are other foods, and in my opinion, oats would be one of those. We've only been eating that for just a few hundred generations. And then predominantly the poorest of the poor were eating that, and they often didn't reap.
So again, because of antagonistic pleiotropy, you'd actually expect that newer foods that are introduced would be better for you, especially in the long term. Because you've had no ability to make evolutionary adaptations to consume that food, meaning most of the evolutionary adaptations you're going to make are going to benefit fitness earlier in life at the expense of fitness later in life. So if you introduce a new food to a population, you'd actually expect it to very likely be better for you.
Reproduce. And so I don't think when we look at the history of oats, we get a really strong signal that they are, obviously we both agree, they're not a...
I also love this reasoning of, oh, newer things we're doing now must not be good because they're new, as if the human lifespan hasn't increased dramatically over the past several centuries.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. With the advent of agriculture, medical science, vaccines, soap, antibiotics, those are all new things. But they're clearly good for us, but they must be bad because our ancestors didn't use any of these things. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Superfood. We can both agree on that right now, I think.
PLS to your best impression of carnivore dieters, but make your impression sound like Goofy from Mickey Mouse PLS, thanks.
Gosh, I don't know what all these vegans are talking about. I've always eaten meat and my papa's always eaten meat, and we're all really healthy. My father lived to 53 and he only had 3 heart attacks, and I only have to take 1 diabetes medication. All these vegans, though, they're skinny and weak. They can't even lift me up when I need to call the ambulance. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
But then I have problems with oats being part of most people's regular diet, especially people with prediabetes, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, obesity, fatty liver. I think in those situations, you probably should not eat oats unless you love them, and then maybe have a bowl for your birthday.
So hopefully we're going to touch on several of these aspects and go over evidence on some of these questions. Just to kind of wrap up the ancestor part, my view is a little different. I think looking at what our ancestors ate is hypothesis generating. It's a very interesting thing to research. I think we can ask questions based on it. Okay, it seems like our ancestors ate X, so maybe this is a food that has a certain health outcome. I think that is not a conclusion. That is just a departure point that we then test with actual human beings, modern human beings, with the foods that are available, and we observe what health effects are documented and with statistics and with everything. So
I think that's a valid point. I would tweak that just a little bit. Would you suggest that the statement "cows should eat grass" is that just a hypothesis generating statement, or do we have has that experiment been conducted for enough?
So again, cows eat grass because that's the food they have access to. They don't eat grass because they are literally consciously thinking, what is the best food that I can personally eat that has the most nutrition, that will help me live the longest? They eat grass because that's the food they have access to. And you could also maybe argue they have natural inbuilt inclination to eat grass because it smells good and they smell like the sugar in the grass and they want to eat it, something like that. But cows aren't eating grass because it's healthy for them. They eat grass because they want to eat grass. There could, in theory, be a food that is better for cows than grass. Maybe it's a specific type of grass. Maybe it's an entirely different plant. I mean, we could, travel light years into a different galaxy, find some weird plant growing on another planet, bring it back to Earth, and then find out cows are healthier eating that plant. I don't, like, what he's saying just doesn't make any fucking sense. Just because cows eat grass, that doesn't mean it's the best food for them. As far as I'm aware, it's the best food that I know of, but I don't know why I'd assume grass is the best food for cows just simply because they eat it. This is like imagine if aliens came down to Earth and they saw us eating McDonald's and they said, wow, all these humans eat McDonald's. I guess McDonald's has to be good for them because they're eating it. It's just stupid.
Millions of years that we can probably conclude without lots of new modern nutrition research that cows should eat grass. I think evolution, which is the ultimate long-term controlled experiment, there is no longer-term experiment than evolution. I think we can.
Yeah, so evolution doesn't maximize longevity. It maximizes fitness early in life so that you can reproduce. So most evolutionary adaptations are going to be at the expense of longevity. There's a reason why we don't live to 1,000 years old. And it's because evolutionarily speaking, that trade-off of a very, very long life expectancy would cause you to fucking die younger and not be able to reproduce as much. So evolutionary adaptations generally cause a species to live shorter lives and just have a high level of fitness when they're young while they can reproduce. Ken Berry doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't understand evolutionary theory. He doesn't understand anything about fucking biology. The guy's just a fucking moron.
Conclude, cows should eat grass. And I think that'd be very hard to try to defend the opposite point of that. But I take your point.
Yeah, so just to address that real quick, and then hopefully we'll get into the specific health issues. One difficulty establishing the parallel is that, for example, in the interview that I had with a paleoanthropologist, one point that he made repeatedly is uncertainty in the...
Do a destiny impression. Also, I do legs twice a week. Does it make sense if one session is more strength-based and the other hypertrophy? I just ate 1,000 calories of Haribo Draji Boost. I feel horrible.
Well, that was definitely worth it. Legs twice a week. One session's more strength focused, other more hypertrophy. So, programs where you do undulate load seem to be better than programs where the load stays the same. So if you're doing like sets of 5 at the beginning of the week and then sets of 10 at the end of the week, that seems to promote muscle growth more than if you just did sets of 5 or just did sets of 10. So that is a good idea to vary your rep ranges up throughout the week. It also prevents injury. It prevents adaptive resistance. So it is good to vary your rep ranges up. And destiny impression. Okay, listen, I have to explain something. Okay, Vegan Gains, he made a video calling me out when I went to Israel, and you saw me petting a cat. Well, I just want to explain to everybody that after the camera went off, I had sex with a cat and I smashed it with a hammer, okay? I don't like cats, I don't like animals, I don't give a crap about them. I eat meat, I don't care if animals get brutally murdered, and I don't just go around petting cats, okay? I have sex with them and I smash them with hammers. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Hope you enjoyed that.
In the record. So there were enormous gaps of knowledge in the paleoanthropological record in terms of ancestor diets. Another point he made very insistently was diversity, that our ancestors ate an enormous diversity of foods depending on what they had available. And so I think this is something that most people agree on, that we are able to survive on a variety of diets. And so then the question becomes kind of optimal. What is optimal? What reduces risk factors for chronic disease and for the main killers of our society? And that is where I think looking at ancestor diets is weakest, is in terms of predicting higher or lower risk of chronic diseases, which arguably is the main concern for Westerners that have survival kind of guaranteed.
Yeah, and I think your guess that you're referring to was exactly right. That we are omnivores. There's no doubt about that. We have always eaten whatever we need to eat to not starve to death. But there are a few foods that are ubiquitous in every single.
Technically speaking, we would be considered opportunistic eaters, not necessarily omnivores. We'll literally eat anything, kind of like rats. So if you want to be very specific, we're not omnivores, we're opportunistic eaters.
Single time, every single culture that we've looked at, there are certain foods that there is always evidence, yes, the humans were eating that, and that food would be meat. I don't know of a single study in anthropology or paleoanthropology where they didn't find stable isotope analysis that the humans were eating meat. Now, there are many studies where it's clear that they were not eating Sv3 plants at all. Others, they were not eating Sv4 plants at all. But in every single study that I've ever read, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, I've never seen a paleoanthropological study looking at stable isotope analysis where there was not obvious evidence that our ancestors were eating meat or seafood at that time. And you may know of studies I don't know about, but I've dug pretty deep.
So what he's saying here is misleading. You can look at like nitrogen isotopes and bone remains and shit and determine where most of your protein sources are coming from. If you ever saw the Game Changers documentary, they examined...
What's better? Eating more and moving more, or eating less and moving less? Assuming you want to maintain your current muscle mass and body fat percent.
Well, thanks for the big donation, Casper. Really appreciate that. What's better, eating more and moving more, or eating less and moving less? So it kind of depends on what the purpose of you doing that would be. So, if you're talking about, and it kind of depends what you mean by moving more or moving less. So if you're talking about a situation where you want to lose body fat, so you want to improve your body composition, have more muscle mass, lose more fat mass, eating less and moving less may be more beneficial, depending on what you mean by moving more. So if you're doing a high amount of cardiovascular activity, particularly if it's higher intensity, you're going to get a lot more training interference, and your nitrogen requirements are also going to go up. So you might actually experience a decrease in muscle mass, or less of that positive effect you want to see. So you end up losing more muscle relative to the other diet and exercise strategy. So if you're doing a lot of cardio and you're using cardio as the primary modulator to affect caloric balance, you're probably going to end up losing more muscle at the end of a, I don't know, like 16-week diet. Versus if you were to just eat less, but maintain your current physical activity or even reduce your current physical activity. Just because of the amount of cardio you're doing. So it sort of depends. You typically do not want to use cardiovascular activity or exercise in general as the main modulator to affect caloric balance, because you have a very limited ability to actually do that. You could eat nothing at all, right? And you could put yourself in like a 2,000 calorie per day deficit, easy. Whereas if you wanted to create a 2,000 calorie deficit from exercise while maintaining your current diet, that would be extremely difficult. You'd have to be doing a lot of fucking exercise. And with that amount of cardiovascular activity, you would probably have a hard time maintaining muscle mass. Versus if somebody was eating a 1,500 calorie per day diet, still weight training, but not really doing much else throughout the day, you'd probably hold on to more muscle mass. Just because you're not doing so much cardio and you're focusing on hypertrophic adaptations. Now, in a context where you're trying to gain weight, you want to maintain a good body composition and not gain too much fat. Certainly, adding in some cardiovascular activity is going to help. It actually helps with weight training a bit, because there are aerobic demands for weight training, and having better aerobic fitness will make it easier to do things like sets of 10 on squats. So I would recommend, if somebody's trying to gain weight, to still do some cardiovascular exercise. It's just that you don't want to become like a long distance runner, obviously. So I hope that was an in-depth answer to your question. The TLDR is, if you're trying to improve your body composition, lose body fat, gain muscle mass, the primary modulator for caloric balance should be your diet, not exercise. And if you're trying to gain muscle mass, gain weight, but you don't want to add too much body fat, I would still recommend implementing some cardiovascular training to make it harder for your body to put on body fat and to maintain adequate aerobic capacity to help with your weight training. Thanks for the donation again, though, Jason. Appreciate it. Jack, what's up, dude? Bootycum donated $2. Let me see.
Gave me 200.
You know, I've always wanted to have a sex slave and walk them on a leash when we go outside. I've always thought that would be really hot. Seems like people
you
think
guys
that's
okay?
peculiar.
Yeah, I was just tired and needed a place to rest my feet. And he identifies as a coffee table, so it works out for both of us.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
How serious are you on debating Destiny on veganism? Would you like some help?
Well, I've already debated Destiny on veganism multiple times, and I don't think he's really interested in debating that topic anymore. And I also don't think I really need any help. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
And I can't find a study that does not show that they were clearly eating meat, including seafood.
Yeah, I don't think it's controversial at all that our ancestors ate whatever animals they could find, they would eat. And whatever edible...
Is it weird to eat candy bars with a fork and knife? Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
things they could find that were nourishing, they would... I don't think that's controversial at all. I think maybe
but in the same vein, there are many of those studies that show that they were clearly not eating these vegetables or not eating these plants, the C3 and C4 plants, the way they photosynthesize, that you can actually see that in the stable isotope analysis. And so I think that very commonly it's painted over.
Oh, yes, like I was saying before I was interrupted. When you look at nitrogen isotope analysis, when it comes to determining like what main sources of protein people were consuming, just because you'll find isotopes that associate with meat eating, that doesn't mean they didn't eat anything but meat. So, like again, if you watch the Game Changers, the Roman gladiators, they were mostly getting their protein from beans and barley. It doesn't mean they never ate any meat over the course of their entire lives, but the vast majority of the protein they were consuming was in the form of plants. So the way Ken Berry is, like, you know, talking about this is just super misleading. He's saying there's never been any society that's eaten only plant protein. Well, okay, but there were, in fact, societies that were eating 99% plant protein. So this isn't an argument for eating nothing but meat, like he's claiming.
Oh, we've always eaten this rainbow of things. It's like, no, we've always eaten meat and then whatever plants that we could digest, whatever plants were available. But without exception, we were always eating meat.
Yeah, I think the biggest divergence here would be, what would our ancestor diets tell us about the health effect of foods? My view is that they tell us relatively little in terms of long-term health effects of eating different foods. And I think with going over the specifics and the data, for example, on oats, we'll address some of these questions. So if we get into one of the first questions that you brought up in your video that I found surprising was talking about spikes, the glucose spikes and the insulin spikes, which is interesting to talk about because there are so many questions about this nowadays. And so the idea very briefly was that you're definitely going to notice if you start eating oatmeal every day, a big spike in your blood sugar and your insulin. Both of these are going to cause problems in your body.
So one thing you're definitely going to notice when you start eating oatmeal every day is a big spike in your blood sugar and a matching spike in your insulin levels. Both of these are going to cause problems in your body.
So I don't know if, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I don't know if you're still subscribed to this. What are your views on that?
Yeah, I think for a significant percentage of people, if they have a big bowl of oatmeal for breakfast, and this can be either steel cut oats or the processed quick oats, or just the highly processed flavored oats like the maple honey syrup oats, you're going to have a significant blood sugar spike. And I will freely admit that there is a subset of the human population that it's going to be not going to be a meaningful blood sugar spike. I think that's absolutely true. If you're young and very muscular and very metabolically healthy and very active, you can eat a bowl of oatmeal, especially steel cut oats, with no banana, no maple syrup, no sugar, none of that stuff, and you'll have a blood sugar elevation, but it's not going to be meaningful for you. If you watch much on my channel, you realize that I talk to metabolically ill people. That's my big.
You know, it's really bizarre how these people, like, talk about blood sugar spikes post-meal. Like, yes, if something contains glucose, you're going to get a postprandial increase in glucose. Same as if you were to eat a high-protein meal. You are going to get a spike of protein in your blood. If you eat a high-fat meal, you're going to get a spike of fat in your blood. This is what happens when you eat macronutrients. So why is there anything special when you eat carbohydrate?
Biggest listener base. And so people with prediabetes, people with type 2 diabetes, type 1 diabetes, people with hypertension, metabolic syndrome, hypertriglyceridemia, fatty liver, obesity, severe obesity. That's
Riley, donate $2. Have you seen Isaac's new vid? I was watching it while working out today. It's not particularly interesting. I'm not going to bother watching it on stream. But it's just going over Sam Harris and his stupid moral realism bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Random question, but what did you think of Gone in 60 Seconds with Nick Cage? Overrated?
I don't know if I've ever seen that one. I know of that movie, but I can't remember ever watching it. So I don't have an opinion. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
The audience that I'm talking to. And so for those people, and let me just say, Gil, initially early in my medical practice, I believed what I don't, you haven't stated your belief, but I believe that you believe that oats they're a fine breakfast. They got fiber, they got a little bit of protein, they've got a tiny bit of unsaturated fat, they've got some vitamins and minerals in them, although I would argue that many people don't have access to those because of the anti-nutrients in the oats. But I just thought, oats are fine, just don't put a ton of sugar on it. And but I have come to change that belief as I have.
I haven't competed in bodybuilding in like 10 years. I still lift, but I haven't actually competed in bodybuilding in like 10 years.
Practice through the decades, and then also as I delved into modern nutrition research, and then especially when I started looking at the archaeology and anthropology. So I believe there's a significant portion of let's just say the U.S. adult population. Let's just keep it at that, so that we've got a population of people we can talk about. I would opine that 88% of the U.S. population should not eat oatmeal regularly as a breakfast because they already have at least one marker of metabolic syndrome, and so they are going to have a much bigger blood sugar.
Yeah, oatmeal doesn't cause diabetes, dipshit.
Spike, and then a subsequent insulin spike, because that's how human physiology works. And that is going to cause...
by the way, protein is insulinogenic, so if he has a problem with insulin, then he should recommend low-protein diets.
Glycation to cells and tissues, that is detrimental to health. And so does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to organize, because there were a lot of points. So one key distinction here is between someone who's not diabetic, who's healthy, who's physically active, lean, or reasonably healthy. We could use our example maybe, or someone like me, or whatever makes sense, or like you, or whatever makes sense. Another kind of world would be someone with type 2 diabetes, where I think different dietary strategies make sense, and we can talk about that specific scenario. So I think it makes sense to separate this. The reason that your statement, and in general the video, I found surprising, is because all of these statements in the video, or virtually all, were very categorical. I don't remember any of these statements saying, if you have type 2 diabetes, then here are some concerns, and here's some way you can tailor your diet. In general, the statements were, you are definitely going to see this. You are going to have problems. Your blood pressure is going to spike. You're this, or you're going to get fat on oatmeal. That's what I found most surprising. I
can explain my reasoning behind that. Most young, healthy, fit, muscular people who don't have metabolic disease aren't doing YouTube searches, is oatmeal good for me or not, right? And so I tend to try to make videos that people are searching for. And so people with metabolic syndrome and other metabolic diseases, they are much more likely to type into the YouTube search engine, is oatmeal good for me or not? And so, there are some categorical statements in that video. And that's because I assume that if anybody's watching a video about is oatmeal good for me or not, they probably have a few markers of metabolic syndrome, and therefore they probably fall into the category of people that we were talking about previously.
So I wondered about that. I wondered if this was just a kind of internet compartmentalization because in my channel, I don't have that experience. I have people from all walks of life, from people who are very healthy to people who are very sick. But I specifically wondered if this was the case. Maybe your audience, maybe you targeted to a certain audience and you didn't even bother to specify that you meant a certain population. So,
and then also, Gil, you know as well as I do that there are millions of people, and we'll stick to U.S. adults. There are millions of U.S. adults who have undiagnosed prediabetes and undiagnosed type 2 diabetes and undiagnosed metabolic syndrome, correct? I mean, if you look at the epidemiology, even on the American Diabetes Association website, they'll admit there are millions of people with these conditions who are undiagnosed. So now we've got 88% of the adult U.S. population with at least one marker of metabolic syndrome, right? That's in the literature. And now we've got these millions of others, and this includes teenagers and young children as well, who have undiagnosed prediabetes, type 2 diabetes, fatty liver, metabolic syndrome, and they're already overweight or obese. Well, what's the percentage of that in teenagers now? It's pushing 50%. So I would argue that, what is it, maybe 3% of the U.S. adult population who shouldn't watch my video about oatmeal? It's a very low number, right?
So we'll get to the people with the metabolic issues and what specific dietary change makes sense there, because I think that's a specific discussion that makes sense. I just wanted to share on, as I was trying to get to this, because I wondered about this, if it was a population thing, if it was maybe the compartmentalization of your audience, I took a look at the reactions to the video. So for example, this person commented, I started eating oatmeal for breakfast 6 months ago. I add nuts and cinnamon and banana and a couple other things. I'm hardly hungry at all at lunch. My cholesterol is down. My A1C improved. My bowel movement is more regular. I feel better at 62 than at 32. Another guy said, for 60 years, I've been eating oatmeal every morning. I've never been sick. I'm slim with no medical problems. These were some of the top voted comments on your video. Among the top 5 or so comments, several were people who anecdotally were disagreeing with the message in the video. Now, of course, with anecdotes, we always have to be extremely careful and not assume cause and effect for any of these factors. But I was just wondering if this was something that it was an audience thing, but it seems that the viewers who watched this video found these comments to be among the most helpful and the ones they related to the most. So I suspect and I suggest for you to consider that many people are watching this video and ending up confused or surprised by the message. So, by the way, the other top comments were, I'm beginning to wonder what the hell I can eat. Doesn't matter what I eat. Doesn't matter what I eat. Somebody's bound to say it's bad for me. This video helped me tremendously, ... not to listen to strangers on the internet telling me oats are unhealthy. These are like the top 5 to 10 comments were all like this. Or, let's say 2 out of 3. So,
and that video has what, 11,000
What's
comments?
going on here?
Yeah, but these are the top voted by your view.
What's going on here? Oh, does somebody need some rubber dubs? Oh, that's a good dog.
Would you consider this statement he made against Cosmic Skeptic unhelpful in refuting his claims about not caring because he pivoted to social contract theory?
I don't think I would ever torture a cat or a dog. That seems really fucked up. So I mean,
why not?
Just because it makes me feel bad.
But like, okay, but earlier you said that the reason that you care about other human like suffering is because it makes you feel bad, and that like your moral sense of mistreating other humans is ultimately just based on how it makes you feel. So now you're saying that the same is true of cats and dogs. That you say that, yeah, actually, no, I do care about them morally. I mean, only insofar as
That is a massive gotcha. Look, Destiny's dishonest when he debates veganism. He just debate bros you and just says whatever the fuck he can so that he doesn't have to acknowledge that he thinks killing and eating animals is wrong.
You know, affects my well-being.
Yeah, sure, but the ultimate...
But it is like the same thing here, right? As what you were saying earlier about human beings.
Yeah, but the difference is that animals are fundamentally different in that the way that they plug into human experiences, there's a lot of ways that we can gain utility out of them that don't involve like living alongside them and going to work with them every day and treating them like fellow humans, right?
So yeah, he made the argument that it makes him feel bad, then he pivoted to, oh, but social contract though, reciprocation though, so he's just full of shit. That's just what he does. He's unable to debate veganism, honestly. Thanks for the donation though, Inaba.
So that's so I wasn't sure about this either, so that's why I looked at the reactions of the viewers themselves, because I didn't want to be
my God.
I might be coming from a point of view of a...
Okay, my dog Faye needs to go outside and have a pee or a poop. I'm just going to step away for a couple minutes to let my dog outside. This is Finn. Finn's probably going to come back on my lap, though, so don't worry. Finn's going to come back. I'll be right back. on, little sillies. That's a good dog. Dogs are so sick. Yeah, just wait, Finn. I know you're excited. Just wait. Back up. Back up. Just wait. Wait. Back up. Back up. Okay, little buddy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Jesus. Relax. Relax. Ugh. Finn's a little weirdo. Yeah, you're a good lap dog. All right, I am back.
A priori belief. But I think it's defensible that the viewers of that video are in a substantial proportion disagreeing or finding this message, surprising or objectionable. Now, I get that. I do make YouTube videos too. We get lots of comments and lots of strange things that people say. I'm just bringing up the possibility that making these categorical statements, but really meaning people with specific conditions, might confuse a lot of people. But I don't need to.
So I understand, and I take your point. The majority of my views come from the United States, even though I have a large viewership in India and Australia and other places. So if we go back to the current state of metabolic health for U.S. adults, if 88% of people have at least one marker of metabolic syndrome, so we know now that leaves only 12%. And then we also know from the research that there are millions more who have undiagnosed metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, prediabetes, hypertension, fatty liver, obesity. What would be just your educated guess as to what percent of the U.S. population, if we were able to magically do an A1C, a lipid panel, and a fasting insulin on every single adult human in America, what percentage of U.S. adults do you think are...
Abbas Lacille's channel is gone.
Did he delete everything because he was so embarrassed at what he did?
Are perfectly metabolically healthy. They don't have a single one of those things, either diagnosed or undiagnosed. What percentage would your educated guess? What would it be?
Oh, we have estimations in the U.S. Perfect health without a single marker of metabolic syndrome. It's a very small percentage. It's less than 10%. But I would disagree with the premise of that question. The implication there, and we haven't gotten to that, so we'll get to the actual facts. But while I agree that oatmeal or the absence thereof can be personalized for some of those conditions, like type 2 diabetes, we'll get to that in a second. For several of these markers of metabolic syndrome, not only do I don't think that oatmeal is necessarily problematic, but I think we're going to go over evidence that it can be, in some settings, I'm not trying to make blanket statements, but in some settings, beneficial, specifically for people with some of those conditions. So we're going to go over the data, so it's not just me spouting opinions.
Yep. Sure.
But so to touch on the type 2 diabetes population specifically, and then we'll come back to the spikes, which I think is really interesting. I think it's completely reasonable in a population, someone with type 2 diabetes, to moderate or time out the foods that cause an abnormal glucose response. So in fact, I've done this in my own family, even people who have, for example, who were diabetic induced by medication, for example. They started a new immunosuppressant drug, became hyperglycemic essentially overnight, massive abnormal response to oats and some other foods. And in fact, we timed out those foods. A couple months later, switched back the meds, normal glycemic again, went back to eating oatmeal with a completely normal glucose response. So I think that's a very reasonable strategy. The nuance there, or the additional thing to mention, is that for most people in the US, in the West, the root cause of diabetes is not going to be medication. For some it is, but the majority it's going to be an excessive visceral fat, an excessive adiposity causing insulin resistance, and then eventually diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And
I know that's one of the prevailing hypotheses, but that's obviously never been proven to the point, never even been supported to the point where that's actually a theory. That's still one of the many hypotheses of what causes diabetes. Isn't that correct?
No, it's the most supported by far idea in terms of pathoetiology of diabetes. Roy Taylor is the guy who conducted a lot of the research. So if you look at weight loss studies, pretty much on any diet under the sun, from low carb to high carb and everything in between, you can put diabetes in remission, improve metrics of insulin resistance, as long as there's weight loss. So this has been shown.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't think it's ever been shown that it's actually the weight loss itself that is reversing the type 2 diabetes. I don't think we've ever seen the causal mechanism or link there. And that's why I said it's a very popular hypothesis, and it probably has consensus support from all the experts. But I don't personally believe that. And we can go into why I don't believe that. It comes from my 22 years of practicing family medicine and what I've actually seen in the trenches for 22 years as to why I don't believe that's the case. But yeah, I agree. That's a very popular hypothesis of what causes type 2 diabetes, but I don't believe it's correct.
Okay. It can certainly be uncoupled from macronutrient composition, because you can put diabetes in remission on a variety of macronutrient compositions. I think there are factors, for example, caloric intake. We can't really uncouple caloric intake from excess adiposity. It's very difficult. So yes, it could be the chronic energetic excess, or it could be the adiposity itself, or a mix of the two. I guess those two tend to be causal anyway. So, but yeah, if we get into the details, it could be either of those two. Yeah. But we have a lot of evidence that it's not any specific macronutrient. We could get into that, but
then we always, as a practicing physician, I have to always come back to the question, okay, how do we diagnose diabetes? We diagnose diabetes based on an elevated blood glucose reading or an elevated hemoglobin A1C, which is a record of chronically elevated blood glucose.
Right.
We can also do a 2-hour glucose tolerance test, which again is looking at elevated levels of glucose in the blood.
Yep.
And so that's the definition of diabetes, type 2 diabetes. That's how we define it. That's how we diagnose it. So I guess it feels a little bit odd to say, well, it's about calories and adiposity. Well, it's a blood sugar excursion. It's a blood sugar being constantly elevated to the point where it's damaging your body. And so if there is a food like oatmeal that causes a significant blood glucose excursion, then that's probably not good for you. I think that's common sense. And then regardless of your current, BMI or your current any other measurement, if you are metabolically unwell, you do not want to eat any food that causes a significant blood sugar excursion and increases your rate of glycation. That's the way I look at it. Now, that could be, you may disagree with that.
Not fundamentally. I think for people with type 2 diabetes, we've stated our positions, and I think we agree that ideally, I think it's a completely reasonable strategy to.
Now, what about the millions of people with pre-diabetes? Do you also agree with it in that context as well?
Yeah, if it causes foods that cause, same logic.
Okay.
Foods that cause.
Okay, and then also, one more question. I'm sorry to interrupt. What about the millions of people with undiagnosed pre-diabetes and type 2 diabetes? Would you also agree in that context as well?
Yeah, but if they're not diagnosed, how are they even going to be minding these things?
Well, that's right, but the glycation is still happening whether they're diagnosed or not, isn't it? If they have undiagnosed type 2 diabetes, they're going to have a huge blood sugar excursion from eating oatmeal, and that's going to cause glycation and permanent damage to every arteriole in their body, correct?
Yes.
The diagnosis is not magic. That's not when the damage begins. The damage begins usually years, if not a decade, before the diagnosis is made. And so basically my video is a preemptive warning to anybody who has any symptom or sign of metabolic syndrome. Oatmeal is probably not the best breakfast for you.
With metabolic syndrome, I disagree. We're going to go over this.
like, if these people are eating plain oatmeal for breakfast, they're probably also not the types of people who are going to be overweight, eating shit all the time, and being diabetic. So it's kind of weird that he'd say this.
Specifics like gut. Well, with type 2 diabetes, I think we essentially agree that it's a reasonable strategy. The only thing I would add there is that...
And pre-diabetes as well, right?
Pre-diabetes, yeah, same logic. Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I would add is that the key there, because weight loss and fat loss is the most consistent trigger of diabetes remission that we have in the literature, and because that can be achieved on a number of diets, and because we see the most consistent observation in these trials in that people lose weight on a variety of diets over 6 months, and then the majority of people put the weight back on and go back to being diabetic after a year or two, the key factor for me seems to be sustainability of the diet. And so different people, I think we have that experience, different people are going to find different diets sustainable and doable. I have viewers, for example, who say that a low-carb diet helps them maintain healthy body weight, and if they add carbs, they can't do it. I believe them. I have viewers who say the exact same thing about low-fat diets and who put their diabetes in remission on low-fat diets. And many others, I think statistically, we can say from trials, the majority of people over the long run have trouble sticking to either of those very, very kind of extreme restrictive diets. And maybe different diets like Mediterranean or other vet versions may be more sustainable long-term. So I just think that's important to bear in mind. But I agree.
Bootcam donated $2. Let me see.
Now, the head of MI5, Ken McCullum, has given a rare public speech outlining the complex set of threats to UK national security. He said there'd been a marked rise in state-backed threats from Russia and from Iran, who he said were using organised criminals to do their work for them in Britain. Well, our security correspondent Frank Gardner can join us now. Frank, tell us a bit more about what he's been saying.
Yes, so I was amongst the journalists watching this at the Counter-Terrorism Operations Centre. It was a very rare public appearance by Ken McCullum. He normally inhabits the shadows because he is the boss of Britain's MI5, the domestic intelligence agency. And he accused Russia of, specifically Russia's military intelligence arm, the GRU, the same people accused of carrying out the Salisbury poisonings, Novichok poisoning 6 years ago, of, he said, systematically trying to sow mayhem on the streets of Britain and Europe. And he said that both Russia and Iran were turning to criminal groups to carry out their work for them, because a lot of their diplomats, so-called diplomats and spies, have been expelled, a total of 750. And when it came to terrorism, he said that ISIS, so-called Islamic State, are back on the rise. They're trying to export terrorism. 75% of MI5's counter-terrorism work is taken up with Islamist-inspired terrorism, 25% with far-right. And here's the really worrying statistic, Ben. 13% of MI5's counter-terrorism investigations are minors, under 18s.
Well, yeah. Who do you think's joining, like, ISIS? You know, it's gonna be young kids who are fucking incels, right? Who are Muslim. That's kind of funny that they admitted on air that 75% of fucking, you know, anti-terrorism activities are against Islam. Like, yeah. Maybe you should figure out how to restrict Muslim immigration for the time being. Just a thought. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycam.
See that for someone with type 2 diabetes, like I've had cases in my own family, that in that interim, while the root cause is being addressed, it's a completely reasonable strategy to time out these foods that are causing an abnormal glucose response. We're going to get more into the specifics of metabolic syndrome because I think there it gets more interesting. Just wanted to bring up some things with glucose spikes. I think of course, abnormal glucose spikes in the context of diabetes. I think we both agree that's bad news. Glucose spikes in a normal individual. I never had diabetes. I eat some oatmeal. There's a glucose excursion. The body distributes that glucose. The glucose comes back down. Do you think that's a concern health-wise?
Well, it depends on how long the excursion is and how frequent these excursions occur. Wouldn't you agree? What does your personal blood sugar do when you eat a bowl of oatmeal? What's it go up to?
Goes up 30, 40 something points. So maybe from 80 to 120 something, maybe ballpark.
Yeah. And so in your case, you're one of the rare people that probably can enjoy. Is that an oxymoron? Enjoy about it?
Did you hear about Muslims calling for a caliphate in Germany? Well, they're doing that all throughout Europe. For the longest time, UK Muslims have been trying to get Sharia law instated. They've even established their own Sharia courts for civil disputes, which is insane how that's even going on. So yeah, all these people from like armpits of the world, like fucking Pakistan, who go to Germany or the UK or Sweden, they always do this where they try to promote Sharia law and crap. They're just toxic as fuck.
Bowl of oatmeal. I don't know, but I think you're someone who could eat a bowl of oatmeal, and it's not consequential. But I think there's a large percentage of people that it is consequential. Anybody who eats a bowl of oatmeal and their blood sugar goes above 140, and granted, that's an arbitrary cutoff that medicine has been using for decades to say, whoop, that's too high, that's a problem. And I think you would agree as well as I do that to the degree that your blood sugar is elevated, you're going to be causing more glycation in your body. I think that's just a kind of a basic rule of physiology. I think the higher your blood sugar, the more you glycate. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And so in your case, I think it's fine. Now, let me just give you a little background about me, because this might be relevant actually as to why I think like I do. I used to be severely obese. Back then we called it morbid obesity. My BMI was 32 and I was pre-diabetic. And that's kind of where I started as a family physician on this journey. It's like crap.
What's my BMI at right now? BMI calculator. 6 foot 3 inches, 226. It's at 28.2 still. Yeah, so I'm still well into the overweight category, but that's not because I'm fat. It's just because I have more muscle than a normal person. That's funny.
That's bad. I can't have that. And so basically in my reading to try to fix my own body, that's how I have come to everything I talked about in my YouTube videos. And so I'm someone, I haven't checked it lately, but I bet with a CGM, I bet my blood sugar would still go to 150, 160 if I ate a 1 cup serving, which is that's the classical serving you talked about of even steel cut oats. But I might do that here in the next few days just to see if I still, because you don't have much of an excursion. And I do know that you're correct that.
So it's
Start at 12 minutes. You can watch at 1.5x,
back,
but pay
everybody.
attention when he talks about the oil. Then think about Ditty Oil and his underground place at his house.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, L Vegan. So, Ken Berry follows a low-carb diet. If you're on a low-carb diet of any sort, your glucose tolerance is going to go down. So your insulin sensitivity is lower. You have to make a metabolic adaptation to consuming carbohydrates. So if he's just on a low-carb diet and then does some form of oral glucose tolerance test by like eating oatmeal and looking at his blood sugar, he's going to get an abnormally high blood sugar because he's not used to eating carbohydrates. So if he were to do this for like a week or two, where he just ate oatmeal every day, he'd see his blood sugar spikes go down over time.
It's definitely political. You can't look at the activities of women and say they're not involved, just pharmacologically, if you just stick to that side, that they aren't involved in shaping society. That's our Christian lens that causes us to see that way. So what are the Christians doing at the time? What are the Christians doing at the time? This will come back to marijuana. I promise I have tie everything together. What are the Christians doing at this time? There's a ritual rape of children. To make a long story short, they were ritually raping children. They had a whole ceremony. Exorcists performed it. They have a theological justification for it, right? And they have it all outlined as to what they were doing. Now I had to put a few things. I had to put Cyril of Jerusalem, the Bishop of Jerusalem.
Rob P. donated $2. Please react.
Something is wrong with the Liver King. Well, actually, there's a lot wrong with it.
So 2 problems. I don't want to react to Fillion because he's a fucking moron, and 2, Liver King is just pulling stunts to get attention on social media. He's pretending to act crazy so that people say, oh, look, he's going crazy, and start watching him more. So I don't care. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, though, Rob P. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Yo, I'm at the grocery store. Should I pick something up for you? If I get a D3 supplement, should I split a 2000 IU tablet in half and take half every day, or do I ball out and take all 2,000? I would say just take all 2,000 at once. There's no point in going through the trouble. Should you pick something up for me? Maybe a loaf of bread and some hummus would be good right now. I'd also really like some Beyond Meat sausages. That'd also be pretty nice. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Said we can only tell so much about this ritual up until a point. Why can't we talk about what they did? Was they would starve kids. They would take orphans off the street. They would starve them. They would indoctrinate them for several weeks. And then they would put them in underground chambers. I mean, he writes about this. It's not me making it up. It's all there. They would put them in underground chambers with exorcists. And they would strip them naked, blindfold the kids and boys, and then put them through, oil them. Sorry, I forgot the oiling. They would oil them. And Cyril's very, very explicit. There's a group of men underground oiling young guys up, and they have to oil them up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. And then he goes on this long tirade about, and they shouldn't, don't tell them they don't have to feel bad about what's happening. Say again?
That he makes explicit that you shouldn't forget the tenants.
Yeah. So right there, that's something's going on, right? But then he says you get to you have to go through the fires of temptation, and it's actually a mystery ritual. And what happens in the application of the fires is that you're applying sodomy, and there's an entire poetic Christian work written about the war between sodomy, and virtue. Okay, so very sexual. And at this time, what else are the Christians doing? They're saying women are poison. Women are poison, right? Women are poison. I say that very specifically because that's exactly how they say it. The early church fathers are talking about how women are the real enemies of our society. They target women. And that's when they start killing, imprisoning and killing women for carrying around vaginal creams or for carrying around something that can give you an abortion. They start killing people. So this is the environment. This is the struggle between the prevailing, predominantly female priestesses, these medical women. Anyway, let me just make one point about the point that I thought was really maybe good that we could take home, that has to do with marijuana. Now, what about marijuana specifically? Because that's what you guys all want to hear about. You're going to notice right away, everybody says, well, there aren't that many references to marijuana, right? There aren't that many references. There are actually a lot more than you think, just not to cannabis, right? Because of the names. So what is the name? What if you were a Greek gentleman and your daughter was performing in one of these oracles and you're partaking of the incense offering before the ceremony, right? This is your daughter, and it's a big deal for her, big night. And so what do? You sacrifice to Hecate, maybe, and you inhale the incense off of the altar, right? So what else can you do to admit?
Grab my notification. Do I need $2? Okay, thanks. Do mushrooms have a lot of D3 in them, or is that a meme? Mushrooms mostly produce vitamin D2, and it's only when they're exposed to UV radiation. So if the mushrooms you're getting from the store don't explicitly say on them that they've been exposed to UV radiation, then they're not going to contain practically any vitamin D2. Haven't bothered reading anything about them yet. Yeah, it's only the UV-treated mushrooms that have vitamin D2 in them. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Administer drugs. See, let's approach it from the scientific standpoint. How else can you get those drugs in you? You can inhale. They didn't smoke. You can inhale fumes. They have a squirter that you squirt stuff up. You can squirt stuff up your nose. I'm not quite sure what the draw of that was, but and then the other place, how do you get drugs in? You eat them, but they knew that eating changed the composition of what was going on. So then you can do the old record.
among the few Palestinians who uses their head.
هذول تجار بدمنا كل يوم بتنزفوا دمنا فرجوا كيف اطفالنا ونسائنا في الشوارع يا عربيه يا اسلاميه يا ضمير العالم انقذونا من حماس قبل اليهود انقذونا من حماس قبل اليهود.
I'm not sure if that guy likes the Jews, but he definitely hates Hamas, so that's something I could get behind. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
Rectal route of administration. So, if you look for...
For the boys. I don't do this often, but there you go.
Let me see.
You never help, and I'm expecting to do everything. Really? You never help, and I'm expecting to do everything.
Thanks for the donation, Axel.
If you look for references now to drugs that do anything rectally, right? So the drug that Mary Magdalene gives Jesus has saponins in it. It's a combination of plants that have saponins that cause anal sphincter spasming. Right? It's an ancient designer sex drug. And Jesus apparently had it when he was, most people don't know, and this is the battle I've been fighting. Nobody reads their Bible anymore. That people need to read the Bible, right? Because there's a naked kid with Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? Raise your hand if you've heard of the naked kid with Jesus. Look, it's only a couple people.
He's not a kid, but he didn't have
Sorry, young man. The naked young man with Jesus. Yeah, sorry. To me, he's a kid, right? But yeah. No, this is not the age group that Dr. Ruck is referring to is how the kid is. He's a neoniskos. He's a gumnos neoniskos. Somewhere around puberty, can be a little bit before. Scholars will argue about how late it goes. Whatever. You're exactly right. It's about puberty, right? And that's where his range is. So they're using these drugs, and that's what's disturbing. This is where it kind of gets disturbing, is what were the Christians battling that would make them want to do these strange rites? If you look at the Greek rites, they were attempting to copy the Greek rites at the same time to alter them so that the Greek gods would not be able to defend their own rights. That was the idea. And how do you do this? Because they believe in demons, right? They believe in demons, these Christians, right? They believe in them just like the Greeks and the Romans do. So you see this intense period of demon fighting, demon possession and demon fighting. And how do they get to some of these fights? Through the drugs that they're putting, to make a long story short, that they're putting on the phallus. And then they're either having vaginal or anal intercourse, well, whatever you call it. What is that? I don't know. But that with a statue. You can use a statue of Priapus, you can use any of the Herms, and with the box that the Dionysiac troupe would carry around, they had some kind of instrument that they used to apply a drug. Was it dildos? We have those from the ancient world, right? Well, all sorts of little statues that are used as we say dildo, but it sounds sexual, doesn't it? It is, but not really. It's the application of a drug, and that's what's strange about it. We don't really get. So, what about let me just cut to the chase because I probably have like 5 minutes left. It's the cult of Aphrodite. To make a long story short.
Let me take a look, Johnny Bravo. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Look at him looking right at the camera. Oh my God. Oh my God. Whoa. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's good at munching. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at him munching. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my God. He's sitting on his bum and eating an apple. Oh my God, that is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, that's a good groundhog. I fucking love groundhogs, dude. They're amazing. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
I wanted to talk about the cult of Aphrodite here. What do we call, everybody knows this, what do we call the women associated with the cult of Aphrodite? Whores? Anybody else? Courtesans? That's a little more cleaned up, isn't it? Courtesans? I've heard sacred prostitutes. Yeah. Those words are all Christian words. These were not prostitutes. These were priestesses. These were priestesses. And what did these priestesses do? They created the chorus. And what is the chorus? It's a life stage. It's the strangest thing in the world. It's a life stage. The Greeks actually believed, and I can show you this, it's not my words, it's their words, that the immediately post-pubertal female, if given all of the Earth's natural mechanisms, drugs, and enough astronomy, geometry, women didn't learn it. Yeah, they did. Astronomy, geometry, dance, poetry.
How much muscle can an average natural lifter gain over 10 years proper training? Is wrist size somewhat correlated to how much muscle a person may be able to gain? Not really. I would say probably around 40 to 50 pounds.
Pre-Homeric stuff, right? This is in the Homeric hymns, right? Now it's post, but it harkens back to earlier stuff. So these girls, you take these girls and they dance. They dance. And they oracularly prophesy. They recite poetry.
Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure about that Hillman guy. I haven't seen anyone give a proper refutation of anything he said. It's a really interesting idea. That Jesus was like a weird gay pedophile and created a sex cult. I mean, it would make sense. But I haven't seen any refutation of it. And I also don't speak ancient Greek or anything, so.
There are some people who previously were very type 2 diabetic, very metabolically sick, and had just an insane excursion when they would eat a bowl of oatmeal. But after they got healthier, lost some weight, got more metabolically healthy, they didn't have nearly as high of an excursion. That's absolutely...
Damn it.
That makes perfect physiological sense.
Yeah, so we're going to touch on glycation because I think we have some difference of views there. Glycation, of course, with very high glucose.
You should make a channel where you upload just clips of your streams. Turkey Tom does that too with little to no editing. Easy way for extra views and money. He already got 55k subs after starting half a year ago.
Yeah... Maybe I'll do that. I just have a hard time thinking about what clips to take out of my streams. But I might start doing that. Thanks for the donation, Mew.
Glucose levels chronically, it causes hemoglobin A1C glycation, but it doesn't seem to be linear. So I think there's just a slight difference there. It's not as simple as the higher the glucose, the more glycation there is. There might be a threshold at some point, but we'll go over the data on glycation if we have time.
Sure.
I just wanted to point out something you said specifically about the 140 cutoff. That's for 2-hour postprandial time point.
Yeah.
So with a healthy individual, if my glucose goes higher than 140 at some point, I'm not worried about it. As long as by the 2-hour mark, I'm not at 140. So just I know you know this, but people at home oftentimes this.
Well, yeah, you're correct that that's the 2-hour cutoff for a glucose tolerance test. But if that's abnormal 2 hours after a glucose load, which is typically 75 grams, then why would it not be abnormal in any other situation?
Because by that time point, the body has brought down the glucose to normal levels in a healthy individual. So that's a cutoff that you're not supposed to be that high 2 hours after. It's completely different 15 minutes or 30 minutes after, where you expect a glucose excursion after, for example, a bowl of oatmeal.
Carbohydrates, yeah.
Sure, depending on the glycemic index. But sure, I don't think my glucose goes up to 140 after a bowl of oatmeal. But if it did, I wouldn't be particularly worried about that either. But
Yeah,
at your point,
you're probably supported.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're probably supported by the evidence and not worrying about that in your particular case. But I am worried about a blood glucose excursion above 140 at any time after ingestion of any meal. And so I don't think 140 becomes magically bad at 2 hours. And I understand what you mean by saying, 2 hours later, if it's still high, then that's obviously a problem. But it's still glycating, even if it only goes up to 140 at the 30-minute mark and then starts to go back down. I think that from the research I've seen, and I'm happy to be shown wrong, the research that I've read, it's pretty much linear. And I think at the lower glucose levels, it's probably not as robust. But when you get above 130, 140, 150, I don't know of any research that shows that that's somehow not more glycating than a blood sugar of 90.
We'll go over the glycation data and the A1C data. Yeah, I think maybe we've seen different data because I have not seen data that glucose excursions in a healthy individual cause meaningful glycation or meaningful differences in A1C. But we'll go over that specifically.
Okay.
Just wanted to share something real quick that I found was interesting, but maybe we agreed on this already. You've heard probably that exercise causes glucose spikes as well, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So I was curious about this, and I was wondering if the magnitude was like a completely different range from diet, or if it was similar. So I pulled some traces.
There's two situations where you'll see kind of anomalous blood glucose excursions, and that's with intense exercise, but also with fasting. If you fast for a past 24 hours, you'll often see an elevation in blood glucose as well. But typically in those situations, you don't see it go above 140. And also there's a difference in the glucose and the body's need for glucose, because in a severe exercise situation, your body's actually releasing the stored glycogen, and in other ways, your body is making the glucose go up. Yeah. That glucose excursion is not being caused by what you ate. It's your body is demanding that glucose. And so I would opine in that situation that that's going to be much less glycating, because that glucose is not going to circulate for a long period of time. That glucose is going to be used immediately because some part of your body demanded that glucose, and your liver's happy to oblige in your muscles. And in the same respect, when you're doing a longer fast, a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day fast, your blood sugar might elevate, but that's because your body's demanding that. It's not that you've stuffed yourself with so many carbohydrates that your body can't help but have a blood sugar excursion.
So I think this curve might be interesting, specifically with regards to the idea that in the setting of exercise, the body takes up the glucose immediately, and in the setting of eating, it doesn't. So if I can share the screen real quick. Can you see those traces?
Yes, I see it.
Right. So the grain of salt, because this isn't publication quality, I took these 2 traces from separate studies. So grain of salt there. I was just curious if the magnitude was similar. So this is just over time glucose level changing. Just for fun, do you want to guess which one is exercise and which one is oatmeal?
Tell me which one is which.
The blue is exercise. It almost doesn't matter, because I'm sure if we repeated each curve, we'd get some variation there. So, here, I don't think one curve is obviously taller or longer than the other. I was just struck by their rough similarity in scale. Now, to be specific, just to give you the details, the exercise is a cardio, 15 minutes on a stationary bike, intense activity. So I just thought it was interesting that the curves are somewhat similar. And this doesn't.
The green curve is.
That's hilarious. Dude, Ken Berry is such a fucking joke. So basically, he's saying having a normal glucose spike like this is bad for you. You'll get the same glucose spike literally just from exercising and not eating anything. So he would have to double down and say exercise is bad for you. Can I run your clips channel? I'm not greedy. I only ask for 60% of the channel's income. What do you say? What if I send you like a bag of chips or something?
Definitely from oatmeal?
Oatmeal, yeah, overnight.
Booty come donate $2. Fuck this VG. He doing it for America. Let me see.
Alright, okay, here we go. Brand new song.
He can't play the guitar. Like, he literally can't. He sounds like somebody who's been, like, learning for a month.
Yeah, this song is for the United States of America, and he has the hoop. I support Newcastle United, and I would like an American company to sponsor my club. So here we go. was a little bit of a hiccup. November the 5th. Time for a new history. November the 5th. Time for a new lady. President. Time for new hope for America.
Well, that's very bad. Thanks for the donation, Booty Kim.
No, the beliefs you're talking about are original sin or first cause of creationism. To say that there's no original cause is not a belief. This is the whole basis of Pythagorean Platonic retroduction and, of course, the logical retroduction
What's
of
his
the
name?
golden ratio, which explains the extrinsic attribute of the absolute is also to the absolute, like light and illumination, not two things, whether a unified conjugate whole. No, there's an enormous amount of logic and metaphysics behind that statement. It's not belief. Belief is baseless. I believe. How come you believe that? Well, I was brought up to believe that. My parents believe it, and so that's why I believe it. You know, it doesn't make any sense, but my pastor told me as long as I believe in it, I won't fall into the hellfires after I die. And that's the one thing that keeps me going in this horrible world of evil and nonsense and pain and suffering. Yeah, and injustice is that I believe, and that's why I won't fall into hell when I die. Philosophy's a rite of rebirth. You're supposed to read it slowly. Synchronization, Londabanda. Bhavanirodhanabandam. Londabanda for you. There's no Pali word I know for synchronization. Wisdom doesn't come from God. The absolute is not sentient. It certainly doesn't come from there. What's that Bible passage that talks about wisdom of man is foolishness in the eyes of God, or some sort of really ridiculous nonsense in the Bible? Wisdom is self-proximity. Wisdom, you think wisdom comes from God, then you're a slave to silly beliefs, but whatever makes you happy is none of my business. It's easy to just debate quantum. There's nothing in nature you could refer to that is quantum. Quantum is a reference to quantity, das Lichtquant. I know the entire history of the creation of the term quantum, how it's used, why it's used.
Matseus donated $2. Can I run your Clips channel exchange for 2 of your finest pubes per month? What do you say? Can we shake on a deal? Sure, you got a deal. Thanks for the donation, Matseus.
To be agreed upon. Its basis is entirely in atomism. It's a reference to the smallest unit of energy measurement, i.e. a so-called photon, which of course also too does not exist. There's no such thing as a particle of light. Nothing in nature is a quantum. Nothing. Quantum is a form. Quantum is not a form. Quantum is a measure. By their own definition, not my definition. Das Lichtquant. Ja, Bauer. Hallo, was ist los?
Hi VG. I am Avi. I love sucking Donnie's pee-pee. He's a retarded old man, but he will end the abortion holocaust.
I'll take a look at that link in a second. Thanks for the donation, Avi.
Smallest unit of energy measurement. Quantum comes from the Latin meaning an amount or how.
Okay, I don't know if he's paying attention to chat that much.
Thing from healthcare to groceries, taking on, for example, the issue of corporate price gouging. I've done it before and I'm going to do it again.
The word grocery, it's sort of simple word, but it sort of means like everything you eat. The stomach is speaking. It always does. And I have more complaints about that.
We will lower.
Trump has a way with words. Thanks again, Avi.
It was invented by a literal psychic investigator, Leonard Troland, who said, researcher in his psychical research and carried out Experiments in telepathy. He died when he fell off of a mountain. Instead of light quantum, one should consider a new type of atom, which he called a photon, i.e. a quanta of energy. 1926, Gilbert N. Lewis popularized the ideation of photon, or a particle of light, upon which all of quantum exists, and Einstein called it light quantum, or in German, das Lichtquant.
Okay, whatever.
Gotcha. And so in this person that this curve was taken from, neither of these gives them an excursion above 130.
Sure.
Yeah. So in this metabolically healthy person, I think that curve, that's exactly what it would look like. But you would probably agree that in somebody with metabolic illness, these curves would probably look significantly different.
It would definitely look different depending on the illness. But for example, diabetic person, the oatmeal curve would likely look very different. Not just the magnitude, but what's more important, the length of the curve. The curve
That's
would
right. And also in people with prediabetes as well, correct?
Yeah, just not extreme, but essentially, yeah. I don't know what the curve would look like for exercise for a diabetic person, but I think that data is out there. I just don't remember exactly. But so in this setting, it seems like we are agreeing in this setting, the glucose spike is not a problem. And then at some point, a glucose spike that is either very high, we may disagree on the exact cutoff, but a glucose spike that is extremely high or that is very long, like in the setting of diabetes, then that's bad news. It sounds like we're roughly on the same page.
Yeah, roughly, I agree.
Okay. So yeah, let me just go back to, because my whole thing went crazy when I did the screen share. Stop share, okay. I just thought it was interesting, and I think a lot of people, you've probably seen this, but a lot of people will be surprised by these traces. And
let me be very clear. I've checked blood glucoses in tens of thousands of people. And I have seen young metabolically healthy people who could literally drink a 16-ounce Pepsi, eat 4 jelly donuts and a bag of Doritos, and their blood sugar go to 110. I've seen that in young metabolically healthy people. Absolutely, there are people who can currently tolerate that. Now, I think we're blind to the fact that in those people, if you were also checking insulin levels, I think that you would find that they would be having a marked insulin excursion, which me and my colleagues would call a hyperinsulinemic event, which I think is also a problem for long-term health. But yeah, there are many people who are young and metabolically healthy who would have a curve that look like you showed on the screen, just eating pure, high ultra-processed sugar junk food.
Yeah, and I think this is progress, and I think this is relevant information, because I do get questions from people who are being told or maybe understood that any change to their glucose level is pathological. That I think they associate this with diabetes, because in our minds, glucose goes up. We tend to associate this with, I'm becoming diabetic. And so this is
as we should associate it, because that's how you define and diagnose diabetes. But I agree with you that not every glucose excursion is pathology. I totally agree with that. With obvious examples of intense exercise or prolonged fasting, you're going to have a blood sugar excursion. That's not pathology. That's physiology. I totally agree.
Yeah, and I would add, eating a food with carbohydrate, particularly food with whole carbohydrate, a whole food that causes a glucose excursion in a healthy person, I would classify that as completely normal physiology, not a concern. So I think we agree on that, and we also agree that at some point it becomes pathological, and the exact cutoff might be debatable. But I think this is, I think, very, very good, very interesting. So to touch on, let's touch on glycation, because you brought that up several times.
Yes.
So hemoglobin A1C, I looked it up first in the setting of the oatmeal intake, just in general, and then some general trends with diet and hemoglobin A1C. I'll try to go over this quickly so it's not boring and too long a monologue.
Sure.
So the idea that you stated in the video was your high blood sugar from eating the oatmeal is going to start to glycate all the cells in your body, and then you specifically refer to A1C.
Your high blood sugar from eating the oatmeal is going to start to glycate all the cells in your body. You may have heard of a test called hemoglobin A1C.
So I looked at trials that measured A1C, randomized trials with or without oatmeal. Basically, depending on the trial, and there are quite a few, you either see no significant difference to A1C or a reduction of A1C on the oats, including trials looking at diabetic individuals. Now, one question is, what are the oats being compared to? Always a huge question in nutrition. So a few trials look at oats versus eggs, for example, which is an interesting comparison. We have a lot of these for things like blood pressure and body weight, a lot of those comparisons. For the A1C, one trial that I saw looked at that. They found no significant difference in A1C between oats and eggs. I would grain of salt there, not just because it's one trial, but because this trial, I have some concerns with the way they structured it. They added a bunch of other foods. So grain of salt. And so this is what I've seen. We looked pretty extensively. We couldn't find a single trial where hemoglobin A1C went up on the oats interventions. If you've seen one, I would love to look at it.
Yeah. Do you have a graphic of this? I didn't know if you were going to show. I didn't know if you. I thought you were going to show something. That's fine. Okay. No, I got you.
Yeah. I can pull up and show like a forest plot or something, but no, I didn't have like a great image like that. Yeah. I wasn't making a point. Yeah.
Gotcha. So several points here. First of all, as you know, and I'm sure you readily agree, doing nutrition studies in human beings in the wild, so to speak, right, in their natural environment is just not impossible. In order to get the power that you need to say, yes, this actually showed that, in order to restrict their diets enough to know that you're not getting confounders, in order to control for all the other variables. It's just virtually impossible. And I mean, I've had multiple people who.
Okay, so this is bullshit. Prospective cohort studies have enough controls where you can establish causal inference. Not every single prospective cohort, but many of them you can. For example, cigarette smoking, the only human studies on cigarette smoking are prospective cohorts. There's never been a single randomized trial on cigarette smoking, and we know cigarette smoking causes lung cancer because of the results of these prospective cohorts. So claiming, oh, there's no way to adjust for every confounding variable like lifestyle factors, drinking, smoking, socioeconomic status, and all that, total bullshit. Secondly, these studies also have internal validity. If you are conducting a study which, inevitably is going to have, confounding variables, the study still has internal validity where you are still finding this association regardless of your ability to eliminate every single confounding variable. So he's full of shit.
Who do nutrition research for a living on my channel for interviews who readily admit that. It's like, yeah, this is really the only way you can ever get meaningful nutrition research data is if you control every single variable. And you
That's
can't.
not true.
So a lot of these studies will say, oh, we control for obesity, we control for smoking and this and lifestyle.
Okay, so if you have to control for every single confounding variable, then he would have to admit that trans fats, like the data on trans fats is still up in the air, right? Because you can't account for every single confounding variable, like he said. So we don't know if trans fats are healthy or unhealthy, because no single study on trans fats has accounted for every single confounding variable. Now, that's obviously a position he wouldn't take. He will tell you trans fats are bad for you, and that's because he acknowledges the data is strong enough where you can prove a causal link between trans fat consumption and heart disease. So he's just lying. This is typical of these carnivore diet idiots. They have no epistemic standards. They'll say, oh, we don't know if, we don't know if cholesterol causes heart disease. There's so many confounding variables. But they'll absolutely be able to tell you that carbohydrates are bad for you, or trans fats are bad for you, or sugar is bad for you, even though they rely on the exact same research methodology to determine that as you would to prove saturated fat is bad for you or cholesterol is bad for you. So they have no epistemic standards. They'll say, oh, this research is junk, but they'll use that same type of research to, support their opinions.
But what people don't understand is that the way you control for that is you use a mathematical formula, which was basically, it's based on a model. And so we're like, okay, we think that this is going to control. And so we have no idea of knowing if that calculation in reality actually controls for that. And so there's like we could talk for 6 hours on the problems with.
So this is not true. You can argue with the mathematical models they use for adjustments, but there is a 90% concordance between randomized trials and prospective cohort studies. So given there's such a high concordance in outcomes, we can safely assume, no, the mathematical models that are used to make adjustments in prospective cohorts are accurate, and they are able to give you a pretty apples-to-apples comparison between an exposure group and a non-exposure group or a control group or whatever you want to call it.
Modern human nutrition research. And so I'm actually glad you didn't have a graphic to show from that, because the first thing I would ask you is who paid for the study, because human nature being what it is, you know as well as I do that matters.
Here we go.
So the question was on the A1C. And so my biggest problem on YouTube is that I'm fighting against people who say things with
So he's literally making up conspiracy theories saying Big Oatmeal paid for the study to show oatmeal doesn't increase HbA1c. Like, this is what he has to resort to. Conspiracy theories. Big Oatmeal. Like, give me a break.
authority. such as overnight oats that's it. That's gonna cure your diabetes. That's gonna reverse your diabetes. That's gonna make you lose weight. It's been shown in studies that it's gonna help you lose weight. It's gonna lower your A1C. But in real people, that's often not the case, and that's the majority of my audience is just real people who are just trying to say, okay, what should I eat for?
So now he's making anecdotal claims and saying his anecdotal claims are better evidence than any research he can put forward. Trust me, bro, I know a guy. That's better evidence than prospective cohort studies or a randomized trial.
For breakfast, dude, so that I can get my A1C down, get off these medications, reverse my type 2 diabetes. And so part of my video was in answer to that. No, oats are not a superfood. Also, oats in many, many people, and you said maybe 92% of people, and I would say we're probably pushing 95% of the U.S. adults, they're going to have a significant blood sugar excursion if they have a bowl of oatmeal. And then the other problem is that what many people hear when these influencers say you should eat oatmeal every day, not even that it's a superfood, but there's research that shows that it's going to lower your A1C, or there's research that shows that fiber is going to help you lose weight, right? What the average person who's not a nutritionist, who is not a nerd like you and me, who's reading 10 or 20 nutrition studies a day, they don't hear, okay, in a well-formulated diet, with regular exercise, eating a normal serving size of steel-cut oats without adding maple syrup or sugar, they don't hear that. What they hear is, oh, okay, oats are good. So I can eat oats. And so what they wind up doing is eating Quaker's strawberries and cream, instant oatmeal, because oats are good. Or they wind up putting a bunch of honey or sugar or something like that in their oatmeal because oats are just good prima facie. Oats are good. I can eat oats. And so they don't get the full picture. And so I'm happy that I watched my video before we went live together. Mm-hmm. I'm happy that I was so really outspoken about the oats, because my main goal is to get people to think about their health and to think about the foods they eat. And so calling out oats, maybe a lot of people will actually take their box of Quaker strawberries and cream oats and turn it around and look at the nutrition facts and then say, holy crap, this is full of sugar. And then
okay, now he's making
the
a
oil
different
pot
claim.
and the underground place under his house and the church.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, L Vegan. So now he's making a completely different claim and he's walking back his statements. This guy is super dishonest. So it went from oatmeal is bad for you to now, oh, the only reason I said that is because people are buying this prepackaged oatmeal that has a ton of added sugar and I just want them to look at the nutrition label. Like, this guy is he's not a serious person. Just total waste of time. Deep Patel donated $2. Have you read the Blue Zone book discussing the hot spots for longevity in the world? Super cool book. No, haven't read it. I know most of them eat a Mediterranean-style diet or predominantly plant-based, and a lot of them also tend to either not eat at night at all or they have smaller meals. Like, I know that. Thanks for the donation, though, Deep Patel. Oil part in the underground place under his house in the church.
Is wild. The Catholic Church is going through some serious payment stuff. I mean, like, an entire diocese is about to actually go bankrupt, which means they're going to run out of money because of how much money they will have to pay to victims. And so the Pope was out traveling very recently, and the leaders of these countries where he was going to were hitting him hard concerning this particular situation. I'm going to show you the videos in this particular episode. Whew, sometimes.
That's interesting.
Hi Richard, earlier I asked if you serious in trying to debate Destiny on veganism again because I can give more clips like the one provided earlier. Is that something you're interested in or is it a dead end?
Well, it's pretty much a dead end. I don't think he's interested in debating me on veganism anymore. And I think I've exhausted all possible routes. Pretty much everyone has. Again, Destiny's not interested in having an honest debate on veganism. Like, he says he thinks animals are robots and he doesn't care what happens to them and he wouldn't care less if people tortured them. And then you see him treat animals with kindness, respect. So he's full of shit. You know, it's done. He's just gonna debate bro you no matter what you say. Thanks for the donation though, Inba. Deep Patel donated $2. Our world is falling apart.
I'll give you $1 if you can name any continent.
I don't know.
I don't know.
We in?
It.
What century are we in?
20.
Yes. If you're driving 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you end up traveling?
I don't know. I'm not good at math. 2 hours?
Justin here, and today we're in the beautiful
I'm not going to bother watching that whole thing, but yeah, there's a lot of stupid people. Thanks for the donation, Deep Patel.
Times when we warn concerning these things and all this idol worship stuff that goes on in some of these churches, and people don't listen. Yeah, actually, that picture is very telling. Leave the kids alone. Leave the kids alone. What's wrong with you? It's the reality show. The Daily Christian commentary videos. If it's the first time over here, show, check out some of the videos that are down in the pinned comments, and I'm going to check you out over there. And so, a Catholic diocese is going broke because they have to pay the victims of people who were abused under this church. Oh, my goodness.
A Catholic diocese in New York is going bankrupt. A diocese is a group of churches under the control of a bishop. And this bankruptcy will be the largest for any US diocese. Why? Because they'll have to pay more than $323 million to about 530 survivors.
Oh my goodness. 320 million to over 500 people. And there's been several documentaries, what you name it, talking about all these things that have been happening in this church. They never listen. The same way we have it in our charismatic churches, Protestant churches. When things come out, brush over it. Spiritual papa cannot do anything like that. Here they have to pay 300 million because of all the dodgy mandam things. And it's not just that, it's that they kept trying to cover it up.
This is a historic win for the survivors. Despite the big payout, the church is in hot water over its dark history. This case is casting a shadow over the Pope's latest tour. The 87-year-old Pope Francis is on a rare tour of Europe.
So while he was out there touring, the leaders of the places where he was going and visiting, they were hammering him with questions and things like that and saying, Emun, what are you going to do? Now, bear in mind, there have been questions concerning this for years. And every single time they'll just cut it down, make it look like there was no big deal.
Terrible suffering was inflicted on children, which they will carry for the rest of their lives. It is
and they are saying these things right in front of him.
Taken far too long for their cries for help to be heard or recognized.
And when they say these things, he had to answer later on, and he was talking about
Inba donate $2. If I were to donate to you $20, would you at least bring up the Cosmic Skeptic clip I sent you to him? I would like to see how he would react because I believe you have access to his Discord. Well, what's the point? Like, he was there. So, it's not like that would do anything. He literally already debated that point with Cosmic Skeptic. So, I'm not going to bother. Like, again, he's just going to make the exact same response where he's going to pivot to social contract and say, or reciprocity and say, well, yeah, it's not just, the fact that it makes me feel bad. On top of that, there's also social contract. He literally already debated that point, and you know exactly what he'd say. Thanks for the donation, though, Inba.
About forgiveness, they should, be forgiving and the whole nine jazz.
There should be justice, but when something goes wrong, we cannot accept a cover-up. Today,
which is what was happening. There was several cover-ups at the Catholic Church and so forth. And the same way you've heard in other people. I remember one particular testimony of one particular pastor in South Africa. It was said that one of his ushers was covering up when they found women not dressed. And people keep covering up. And now this church thingy is losing over 350 million. Over 300 and something million to do payouts. It's not just Diddy that's paying out. Even these guys. Sometimes when you hear these stories, gotta pull back, because it's not just all. I saw this other video of people that were kind of like reacting to a pastor who was arrested and so forth, and they were there praying out, supposedly praying outside, and they were protesting outside and all this kind of stuff. And then look at the point. They stand with him and what. He comes out, he apologizes. So question. So if you were standing with him, you were standing with him in error because he went out and apologized for what he did. So you yourself were not in the right while you perceived yourself to be in the right. I don't know. Do they think about this? 300 million. Isn't that an error? 500 children in one diocese. And remember, the diocese, all this group of churches in that particular region, in one region. So imagine if it was global. It would be crazy. So I wanted to bring...
Dude, this could actually bankrupt the entire Catholic Church if prosecutors actually investigated and proceeded with charges. That's in one single diocese. Holy shit.
Bring this into that story where people were protesting and whatnot and saying they stand with their papa or they stand with their spiritual mother, spiritual father, whatever. Because when they come out and they apologize, like that particular one that I was talking about, when he came out and he apologized, so you were in error as well. Because it doesn't happen. You remember that statement that comes from the Windows film, Prophet Suddenly. They said, because it has not happened to you, you dismiss it as if there's nothing. Do you have to have it happen before you actually take it seriously? Sv3rige added show to Daily Christian commentary videos. No lie will be left covered. All exposed. There's no time to be hiding all of it. Ooh, 300. I cannot get over that number. 300 million. Covering up for over 500 people. These churches.
That is pretty fucking crazy.
Answer to that would be, yeah, it is full of added sugar, but then also the majority of the carbohydrates in the oats are starch in the form of amylase and amylose and amylopectin, which are broken up immediately in your mouth into glucose or maltose before you even swallow the oatmeal. And then when you swallow it, your pancreatic amylase is going to break it down even further into it's literally just pure glucose. That's what the majority of the carbohydrates in oatmeal are. And so I love it when people start to think about that. And that's really my primary goal. Because like I said earlier, when I was a young physician, I had no idea about all this stuff. If you'd asked me what...
So by the way, this claim he's making is absurd. He's claiming...
Can you react?
I shall react to that for you. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. So, he's claiming eating oatmeal is no different than eating pure glucose. That is absolutely ridiculous. Feed somebody pure glucose and then feed somebody a calorie-matched portion of oatmeal. Do you think the glucose spike and the insulin response is going to be the same? Of course not. Like, Ken Berry's just a fucking fraud.
We just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. They need to learn face to face. You're just getting mad because I'm pointing out the obvious and you're choosing. No, I'm not wasting your time.
Dude, this is an old-ass clip from, like, fucking 15 years ago. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Why do I suck dick standing up? It's not because I'm 5'6".
Is it because you're sucking off basketball players? Thanks for the donation, Benny.
Enzyme breaks, the starch in oatmeal. I could have got amylase because I learned that, but I would have had no idea about the maltase and the other enzymes required to break down all of the amylose and amylopectin in oatmeal. I just wouldn't have known that, but now I do. And so many people just don't know that. But where I first started seeing a signal early in my medical career is when I would tell people, oh, yeah, eat your oatmeal, put some bananas in it. And then they would come back in. And back then we didn't have CGMs. We just had the finger prick glucometer, right? And they would come back in and they would say, I tested this. And an hour after I ate that bowl of oatmeal, my blood sugar was 195. And then 2 hours after, it was still 150. And I was like, that's weird. Oatmeal has fiber in it. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. But it's this almost magical belief when you hear somebody that you respect say, oh, oatmeal is good. Oatmeal will help you lose weight. Oatmeal will lower your blood sugar. People they take you at your word. They don't realize that there's so much nuance. And that's why I'm such a huge fan now of continuous glucose monitors. Because if somebody watching this right now thinks, I think Dr. Berry's full of shit, right? Or alternatively, I think Gil's full of shit. Get a continuous glucose monitor, put it on, and eat that big bowl of oatmeal and watch what your blood sugar does. Does it go above 140? How long does it stay elevated? How long does it take for it to come back down? So if you watch any of my other videos, you know this. I'm a huge proponent. I want people to check and verify because, as you said earlier, there's young, healthy people who can probably eat a bowl of oatmeal and have no metabolic consequences whatsoever. But I would opine that 92% of adult Americans, in your estimation, 95% in my estimation, they are going to have a significant glucose excursion, which is going to cause unnecessary, unhealthy glycation. And so, just like every other thing when it comes to human nutrition, it's complicated, right? That's the answer for virtually any question in human nutrition is it's complicated. But I just wanted you to understand my thinking and how I've progressed from being the guy back in 2003 who would be like, yeah, don't eat that instant oatmeal. You eat steel cut oats or rolled oats because those are, the kind you have to cook for 3 days. Those are good for you. But I didn't realize back then that steel cut oats have exactly as much starch in them as the 1 minute oats. Now, the 1 minute oats have a little less fiber, right? And they're going to probably cause a higher blood sugar excursion because of that. But it has the same amount of sugar in it. And if you're metabolically unwell, it's going to spike your blood sugar and it's going to cause unhealthy glycation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll touch on a couple of the things, and I'll try not to be too long. Just a slight correction. When we said 90-something% of people are metabolically unhealthy, that does not mean that 90-something% of people are going to have a high glucose spike, an excessive or abnormal glucose spike. 95% would be anyone that has any of these metabolic syndrome factors, but some of these, as we'll cover, can actually be alleviated by oats. So I think people that we agree are going to have an abnormal glucose response would be people with diabetes, pre-diabetes, and then we're talking about 15, 20, 30% of the population, really.
So these numbers depend where we look. Worldwide, 5% of people have diabetes, 9% pre-diabetes, so total is 14%. In the US, of course, it's worse. 11% of people have diabetes, and roughly 1/3 have pre-diabetes, so total is in the 40s.
People with high blood pressure, people with some of these other conditions, they would be included in the 90-something%, but I don't think that there is any compelling science for someone with hypertension, for example, to avoid oats. And we're going to touch specifically on the data if we
and I understand that you believe that. I would disagree with that, but I think they're both rational positions to hold. But it's different when you're the doctor in charge of the patient's care and you're seeing their CGM tracings and they're asking you questions. That makes it a little bit more binding in that scenario. Go ahead.
If the curve is abnormal, I agree there's an argument there. But yeah, so I think there we are reasonably clear. I just want to touch on a couple of the points that you made. This point about the nuance and that you're trying to kind of present the counterpoint to the exaggeration that oats are perfect and a panacea. I would gently suggest that your video doesn't come across that way. To me, it came across as an exaggeration in the other direction, that oats for everyone are going to be poison. In fact, you wrap up the video by saying oats are a terrible food for human beings.
My point is that oatmeal is a terrible food for human beings.
That's not nuance. That's not just American. That's not just metabolically sick. That's a pretty clear categorical statement. So I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just
I take your point, and I would reply that up until Quaker Oats through their marketing campaign painted oats as a healthy food for human beings. I think the vast majority of human beings would have agreed with my final statement that oats are a terrible food. You should only eat them if you're starving to death.
So this is a factual idea, and so going through the evidence is going to answer that, and we already started to. So just real quick to touch on a couple of things that you said. You brought up the uncertainty of science and these. I think you were referring to statistical adjustment models and multivariate adjustment models. There might be a misunderstanding. All the studies that I cited for hemoglobin A1C, they're all randomized trials. So these aren't epidemiological studies. This is a population, splitting them randomly, assigning oats to one of them. There is
to a mixed diet. You are adding oats to their diet, which is already a mixed diet.
Depends on the trial. In some cases, you're adding oats instead of another food. In some cases, you're adding. It depends on the exact design. But just wanted to clarify.
And so obviously, the people in that study, the other foods that they were eating would also have a tremendous effect on their blood sugar.
Vegan Gains versus Chicken from Family Guy. I think I could take him on.
I'm 5'6". I ain't short. I'm gonna fuck your wife and you ain't gonna do jack diddly squat shit. Know why? Because I don't suck dick. I mean, I did jack a dude off at a club, a straight club. But he didn't come or anything, so that doesn't make me.
Okay, thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Benny.
Hi VG. I took on too many responsibilities at work. Is it vegan to build a nuclear bomb and detonate it so I don't have to work anymore? LLLLLLLLL.
As long as there's only meat eaters in the vicinity. Thanks for the donation, Nora Wibb.
And so I feel like the reason that the studies you're citing were actually designed and performed was because the researchers thought that oats were a magic food. They thought they were going to have some astounding effect. Why else would you waste research dollars saying, okay, I want you to eat them at your regular diet, but we're just going to add a bowl of oatmeal a day and see what that does? I mean, they're already eating 100 other foods, but adding a bowl of oatmeal it might make a difference that's slightly statistically significant, but that's not going to do anything to their overall health. Just adding a bowl of oatmeal, as in the converse argument, if everybody who watched my video,
he has no basis to make any of these claims.
If it scared them and they're like, oh crap, oatmeal's poison, which I didn't say by the way, but it's fine. And they stopped eating oatmeal. If all 2.5 million people who watched that video, if they stopped eating oatmeal and never ate oatmeal again for the rest of their life, it would not impact their health negatively at all. It would impact the profits for the Quaker Oat Company, but it would not impact those people's health.
If a vegan sect of Islam emerged that upheld all the beliefs of Islam but also jihad in the name of animal liberation, would you support them? With the women and LGBT issues or no?
No, I wouldn't, because they're violating human rights, so I don't see a distinction between animal and human rights, so if they're going to violate human rights, I clearly have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, though, Irish
At all, if they
Irish wristwatch.
never ate oatmeal again, because as you and I agreed, oatmeal's not a magical food. It's not a superfood.
Should I get Tekken 8 Deluxe Edition? It's hard to say. The only DLC like if you want to be competitive, the only DLC character so far that's really worth getting is Heihachi. So I don't know. It depends on how much you like fighting games in Tekken 8 and whether or not you like experimenting with more characters and how much disposable income you have. But I would probably just get Tekken 8 and just get Heihachi as a DLC character if you want to have a cheap-ass character to fight with.
It doesn't have any meaningful nutrition in it that you can't get from 1,000 other foods. It's just one of many thousands of choices on the supermarket aisle, correct?
You can remove oatmeal from a diet and still have a healthy diet, but it is not true that someone removing oatmeal necessarily is going to experience no difference or no detriment. It depends what they eat instead.
It does. You're right. I agree. I totally agree.
So we're going to cover more data. Hopefully we can get going through some of this stuff. Last thing, I just want to touch real quick on the funding. You brought up the funding. I did look at that because I suspected you were going to ask. There are plenty of studies that are funded by oat-related industries and plenty of studies that are not, that are independently funded. I took a look. There's no difference in kind of balance of evidence and direction of effect. It doesn't seem to.
And then I'm sure you would not mind if I tell your viewers that just because it wasn't officially funded by an oatmeal company doesn't mean that one or more of the researchers weren't being individually compensated by oatmeal companies. That's also a possibility that perhaps would not filter into the final disclosure at the end of the study.
Yeah, but we can hypothesize that in both directions. So
that's correct.
For example, in the studies comparing oats to eggs, all of those are funded by the egg board and by the egg industry. So I could look at that with a sort of conspiratorial mindset and say, oh, so they wanted the eggs to look good. They looked about equivalent for most metrics except cholesterol. So the oats are probably better than eggs, and they just fudged the data. That's not
human nature. You know as well as I do that if you fund a study, you're not going to just completely make up the results, but you're going to want to have a little input into the results, and that goes for the egg board, the oatmeal lobby. Everybody does that. That's human nature. And again, one of the many reasons why I recommend that people don't just blindly trust any of the modern nutrition research. It needs to be tempered with common sense, and then also with the ample anthropological evidence of what people ate in the past. And so
anthropological data doesn't tell you anything about whether or not a food is healthy or not. Like, this is just stupid.
I would opine that if oats were...
You ever put a vibrator in your butt? Favorite thing to put in your butt? What's the best for vaginas? VG sex toy opinions.
I've never put a vibrator up my butt. I don't really have a favorite thing to put in my butt. What's best for vaginas? I guess a vibrator or a vibrating dildo. Thanks for the donation, Nora Wibb.
Somehow just over and above good for humans, they would have caught on and become very, very popular 4,000 years ago. And they would just like in the wealthy would have been wanting to eat those oats. They would have not given those oats to the poor people. They would have taken those oats for themselves. If there were any kind of objective, evidence that you could see with somebody's health, you would be like, oh no, look how healthy these poor people are. I'm going to take their oats away from them. And
this is so ridiculous. Like, by the way, this time period he's talking about, like the Iron Age, people would try to cure disease with faith healing. They would literally pray to God or pray to certain deities to heal them, like as if these people had any fucking idea about what is healthy, not healthy, what like prevents disease or cures disease. Like, this is just stupid. L Vegan donated $3. Let me see.
Hundreds of children rescued from abusive Islamic charity homes in Malaysia. In a shocking child abuse scandal that has rocked Malaysia, hundreds of kids were rescued from orphanages or charity homes linked to the Global Ikhwan Services and Business, or GISB, a vast Islamic business network. Operation Global, launched by the Royal Malaysian Police on September 11th, led to the rescue of over 500 children. At first it was 400. And then they rescued another like 120 25 or something. So over 500 children aged 1 to 17, many of whom were allegedly subjected to sexual abuse, including sodomy. The scandal deepened as the investigation revealed disturbing details, with one police report stating that victims were allegedly sodomized by their guardians and later taught to sexually abuse their other peers. GISB, which operates businesses.
Well, is this really surprising?
Across 20 countries.
I mean, they literally worship a pedophile, so...
And promotes an Islamic way of life, initially denied the allegations, but later admitted that there might be cases of sodomy within their orphanages. The group...
Yeah, I heard Chris Bumstead's retiring. I mean, I don't know why you'd bother, doing it anymore.
Group linked to a banned Islamic sect has a history of controversy, including the establishment of an Obedient Wives Club in 2011. As the investigation continues, over 300 adults have been arrested, including religious leaders and GISB's CEO. This scandal sending shockwaves through Malaysia and raising serious questions about child protection and religious institutions in the country. Okay, so let's do a...
Well, that's religion for you.
In fact, don't see any of that signal at all in the historical or the anthropological research. And so I'm glad that we agree that oats are not a superfood. And I'm also glad that we agree that if you removed oats from your diet for the rest of your life, there would be no detrimental effects.
I don't entirely agree with that. But that's...
Well, it depends on what you're replacing the oats with.
Okay. So,
Wet weenie thoughts on wet weenie? What do you think of Argentina? Is it vegan to tickle someone's toes? Put your hands together and scream. Thoughts on pickles? I can't stop shitting and pissing. How do you think? Would you go to jail? Why?
Thoughts on wet weenies? I don't know. Depends on why they're wet. What do you think of Argentina? It's probably not great. Is it vegan to tickle someone's toes, as long as they consent? I'm not going to put my hands together and scream. Thoughts on pickles? I like pickles sometimes. They work on sandwiches. I can't stop shitting and pissing. Maybe carry a bucket with you. Would I go to jail? No, I don't think I'd do that. Thanks for the donation, Nora Wib.
Yeah. Let me just...
I'm happy to tell me what would happen to somebody if they removed oats.
Rate my edit of your stream reaction. I can do that, I suppose.
From their diet for the rest of their life, what negative health effects would they suffer from? What vitamin or mineral deficiency, what fatty acid or amino acid deficiency would they suffer from?
Outcomes. Yeah, we're going to go over more.
He can't play the guitar. Like, he literally can't. He sounds like somebody who's been, like, learning for a month. Well, that's very bad. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. I'd say that's fine.
More outcomes.
Okay. Now I've got a thing coming up at 1:15, Gil. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we used 1/4 the hour. But we got a few more minutes.
Okay. Let's see. What can I touch on? Have you seen any trial that raised hemoglobin A1C? Any randomized trial?
No, not in a mixed diet. I have not seen that.
Any diet?
Yeah. Well, I haven't. All the trials that I've seen where they added oatmeal or did some kind of oatmeal intervention, it was in the context that these people were eating.
Dodo donated $2. This is actually hilarious and true. Too bad Kamala doesn't actually answer questions, or she would have more support. Don't skip too much.
two answers. The Democrats is controlling the board. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you did. Show me dementia.
That's pretty accurate. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. That is one of the few Saturday Night Live skits that was actually amusing.
Eating other foods as well. And so, no, I haven't seen one that showed a discrete and meaningful elevation in A1C.
Yeah, so I would just suggest to you that since we have dozens of trials looking at A1C, they show either no difference or a reduction, stating categorically that A1C is going to go up is strange to hold that belief. I think at least we should be cautious about that when the balance of evidence is categorically in the opposite direction. That's just my suggestion and how I go about it.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, and I appreciate your input.
Maybe, I mean, since we don't have a lot of time, maybe we can touch on blood pressure real quick, because that's something that's...
So this guy literally acknowledges there is no evidence supporting his claim, but he still believes it.
I came on my chest. It actually turns me on. Is that normal? I don't suck fucking dick, okay? Anyways, should I clean it up? It's all over my keyboard now. Smells kinda good too.
Well, if it smells good, what's the point of cleaning it up?
God, 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 God.
Thank you for that, our Father who art in heaven. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, so if you don't mind the smell, I'd say don't bother. Thanks for the donation, Benny.
Let's come up. Sure. In the video, I'll try to go over this in 1 minute, and then I'll let you comment. In the video, the idea was oats will increase your blood pressure. If you have hypertension and you start eating oatmeal every day, keep an eye on your blood pressure, it's probably going to go up. So we went over the evidence base. We found dozens of trials measuring. Just to clarify, some trials add oatmeal to the diet. Many other, they design entire diets, but the foods are similar for the two groups. It's the oats that are the variable. So the other foods are not a confounder when we observe a difference in an outcome. So I'll just finish this real quick. One meta-analysis of 21 randomized trials found an average of reduction of blood pressure on oats. This was explained by people who had high blood pressure at baseline or trials that compared it to refined grains. So when it's used in people with normal blood pressure, you tend to see no significant difference. Several trials look at, let me just conclude real quick.
Yeah, sure.
A couple of trials look at eggs versus oats. No significant effect on blood pressure on all of them that I've seen. The summary we found 27 trials, majority no significant difference on oats versus no oats. 3 or 4 a reduction. We couldn't find one outlier where the blood pressure went up. So my question is, have you seen any randomized trial where oats raised blood pressure?
So I haven't seen any trials that show that oatmeal raises blood pressure to any significant degree. And I'll explain to you what I mean in my video. Anytime you eat a food that causes a blood sugar excursion, that is...
Dodo Donate Teller is based on a true story.
You know, I do a thing called a weave. And there are those that are fair that say, this guy is so genius. And then others would say, oh, he rambled. I don't ramble. What you do is you weave things and you do it. You need an extraordinary memory because you have to come back to where you started.
They don't give you credit for that. That you could go all the way over here and then get back.
I can go so far here or there. And I can come back to exactly where I started. Someday when you don't come back to where you started...
You're Biden.
I call it the weave. And some people think it's so genius, but the bad people, what they say is, he was rambling. It's not a ramble. There's no rambling.
This is a weave.
This is a weave. Good name. I'm not sure. That's another name. We had fake news. We came up with lots of names. I think we should make the weave a part of that stable.
So he actually said that. When are you playing games? What time are we gaming tonight? And by games, I mean Silent Hill 2. It's starting to get interesting. I thought the pace of the story is too slow. What do you think? Yeah. Especially at the beginning of the game, that first section when you're at the school, that was way too slow. But we'll play it in just a few minutes. I just want to finish this video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Roses are red, violets are blue, the walk is sexy, and so are you. Orchids are white, ghost ones are rare, wings are stubby, and so is your hair. Magnolia grows, with buds like eggs, atrophy is muscular, and so are your legs. Watch back guy's new vid.
Back guy. That was a beautiful poem. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Fuck, marry, kill. Prophet Muhammad, Hitler, Sv3rige.
That is literally an impossible decision to make. I don't think any decision would be better than any other. Thanks for the donation though, Jacked Up.
Guy went from working in a factory to becoming one of the strongest men on the planet. And at just 25 years old, he's shattering records almost every week.
Holy shit. He's 8 years younger than me.
This guy...
That dude's 8 years fucking younger than me.
has got to be that guy. Somebody...
I am not vegan gains.
Yes, I think we could assume that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
Find this guy. I don't even know if I can say it, but this guy looks like he could be Russia's next...
I thought this guy was like probably in his late 30s or something. He's 8 years younger than me. He looks so fucking old. That is nutty. I guess that's what happens when you take all the steroids. Grey Knight donated $2. All of Trump's accomplishments during his first 10 months in office.
Is Trump a good president? The answer is decidedly fuck no, and it's not even close. Let's go through some of the things that he's done. He signed a bill that gutted internet privacy rights. He did gut Obamacare. His tax plan gives everybody who's poor a $40 tax cut, gives everybody in the top 0.2% $940,000. Wow. He wants to eliminate the estate tax. Of course, the estate tax also only applies to people who make over $5 million or have over $5 million. He increased drone strikes by 432%.
Well, that's reasonable.
He escalated in Afghanistan. He escalated in Syria. He escalated in Iraq. He pulled us.
Okay, those criticisms are stupid, especially Syria.
Out of the Iran deal, which makes it much, much more likely that Iran
The Iran deal is stupid.
and gets a nuclear weapon. He literally reversed a middle-class tax cut for mortgage insurance premiums. He's doing a $110 billion Saudi Arabia weapons deal, which proves that he's an establishment bitch boy who's doing what every single president before him did. He picked a predatory payday lender to be the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He littered his administration with Goldman Sachs lackeys, including Steve Mnuchin and Gary Cohn.
Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Super freak.
In 2021, the YouTube channel True Power released a video about Andrei Smaev, a young Russian who at just 22 was supporting his family by working in a factory while just training on the side for fun. But Andrei wasn't just some ordinary guy. Standing at 6'5" and weighing 120 kilos with visible abs, he was doing pull-ups with over 100 kilos strapped to his body. And this was the moment he started blowing up on social media. Andrei kind of reminds me of a real-life Ivan Drago from the Rocky series, if Drago had been pumped full of uranium and spent most of his life inside of a cave with his only source of entertainment being a set of dumbbells. Growing up in a small town in Russia, Andrei started training at a pretty young age, but the first footage we have of him in the gym is from when he was 17. And even then, he was already squatting over 200 kilos and benching 180 kilos for reps. Based on this insane progression, it is safe to assume that he hadn't been lifting for very
Yeah, this dude has some fucking horse genetics for sure.
long, probably starting around 15 or 16, and at just 17 he was deadlifting 260 kilos for reps, and he actually claimed to be natural at the time, which I could believe given how much he grew the following year. By age 18 he was curling 70 kilos with ease, and by the end of that same year he was curling 100 kilos and benching 200 for reps. However, despite his very promising start, Andrei's training would stagnate during his early 20s. He would take long breaks from the gym and systematic training, and
Of Irish wristwatch, listen to this song, do you like it?
No, it's not good. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
Oh.
Oh.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Stuck?
The meanest kitty of all. Why are you so mean?
What did you just say?
Go.
For your bath. Oh.
I like kitties.
Extended periods of time just away from lifting. In fact, in that video from True Power, he had just returned from a 1-month break after the birth of his daughter, during which he was only training at home with hand grippers. Yet, even after that hiatus, he was still a phenomenal athlete, doing weighted pull-ups with over 100 kilos strapped to his body. He actually mentioned in that interview that most of his training took place outdoors, doing pull-ups and dips, even in the brutal Russian winters where temperatures dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. Imagine that this guy was just...
Dude, it gets to -40 sometimes in Canada. -40 is the most miserable fucking weather. I don't know how people live in places like fucking Russia where that's just normal for fucking winter. Like in Canada, you know, it'll, at least if you're in, you know, southern Canada, you know, you might get like 1 or 2 days like that during the winter, but holy fuck. I do not understand how people live like that. That is just fucking miserable.
Just out there with some rusty kettlebells that were gifted to him by a caretaker who worked at the university he studied at. What a chat. These videos were the start of Andrei's rise to fame. He quickly gained popularity in the strength community, particularly in arm wrestling, with legends like Devin Larratt and Denis Ziplenkov taking notice. Devin even suggested that Andrei could actually be the next superhuman strength freak out of Russia. Fast forward to 2024 and Andrei Smaev is more popular than ever, especially on TikTok, where his insane physique and athleticism has caught everyone's attention. And just to remind you, both Andrei and I were actually born in 1999. Yet, look at how this guy compares to me. Not only does he look like somebody in their mid-40s, but his strength and proportions have reached a ridiculous level.
Holy shit.
His biceps measure a staggering 62 centimeters, and his forearms are an unbelievable 57 centimeters, bigger than almost every top-level bodybuilder, and even outclassing the forearms like Denis Ziplenkov and American arm wrestling giant Cleve Dean. Recently, Andrei actually hit a bench press PR of 301 kilos, or at least that's the heaviest I could find of him without a spotter constantly hovering over the bar. He's also done some crazy high rep sets, like benching 205 kilos for 25 reps and 270
Dude, fucking how? That is just ridiculous.
kilos for 4.
Riley, donate $2. What do you think of these songs? Well, Ghostbusters is awesome. Yeah, Thunderstruck's good. I like Thunderstruck. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Or putting him up there amongst the most elite level bench pressers of all time. It is worth noting, however, that Andrei does use elbow reps, which do provide some assistance, so it's unclear how he'd perform in an actual powerlifting meet. But at a massive 150 kilos, he would undeniably be very competitive in the untested powerlifting world. But here's the crazy part. bench press isn't even Andre's strongest lift. In fact, throughout most of his training, he didn't actually focus that much on benching. Instead, he preferred doing weighted dips, only using the bench press to estimate his upper body strength. And it's only recently that he started pushing for a true 1 rep max. His strongest lift is probably the weighted pull-up. He's been recorded doing reps with 150 kilos strapped to his body, beating the current world record by over 20 kilos. And that's for reps in training. Now, while his form might not be up to the strict competition standards, there's little doubt that his pulling strength could actually make him one of the strongest in the world, even at bodyweight exercises. More recently though, there's been a lot of buzz about Andre moving into competitive arm wrestling, and his numbers in arm wrestling specific lifts are some of the best ever recorded. However, despite all of the hype, Andre is still very technically inexperienced in arm wrestling. He's never competed or even trained very seriously for the sport, as pointed out by some of the top level arm wrestlers in the world. According to Levon Saginashvili, one of, if not the best arm wrestler right now, Andre is too nice to be a top level competitor.
По-человечески он мне очень нравится как человек. В плане армрестлинга не думаю, что он сможет бороться. У него еще есть один проблема, это то, что он слишком добрый.
Because he relies solely on his brute strength, rather than exploiting his opponent's weaknesses and techniques, which puts him at a massive disadvantage in competitions, where outmuscling every opponent simply isn't realistic. That does not mean he is not trying though. Recently, he has posted even crazier lifts, like curling a 100 kilo dumbbell and doing reverse curls with over 100 kilos for absurdly high reps. And despite his massive size, he is not out of shape. He even attempted human flag pull-ups, and at his massive weight, I don't think I've seen a heavier person ever try to do that somewhat successfully. And he is also really good at jumping, as he's documented a broad jump well over 3 meters. Andre Smaev just seems to keep getting stronger, but I do sincerely hope that he's keeping an eye on his health, because it's likely that the path to his incredible size and strength hasn't been the mildest, and the toll on his body will definitely become evident in the years to come. But for now, Andre Smaev remains one of the strongest lifters in the world, especially at bodyweight movements, and I'm confident that we'll see much more from this behemoth soon enough, and maybe we'll even see him go for some...
Yeah, he's probably not going to live that long. That's the trade-off.
Is going to cause a corresponding insulin elevation. And when you're eating, when you've seen that video...
Yes, the winters in Russia are brutal. I mean, look at Siberia.
Yeah. I do not know how anybody lives there. Cold weather is just awful. I'd rather live somewhere just blisteringly hot than insanely cold. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You think oatmeal, oh man, oatmeal's good for me. So I'm gonna have oatmeal for breakfast, then I'm gonna have oatmeal granola for snack, and then I'm gonna have an oat bar for lunch. And you're doing this constantly, you're gonna wind up with something that many doctors don't know about, hyperinsulinemia. And one of the many things that hyperinsulinemia causes is it causes fluid retention. And this is why all the research came out saying, oh, salt will make your blood pressure go up. It is because in the context of hyperinsulinemia, yes, indeed, it will make it go up 2 or 3 points. That's what the research shows. But if you're constantly hyperinsulinemic from eating the oats, you're going to retain fluid. And so this is physiology, and it's also just mechanics. If you have more fluid in the system, your blood pressure is going to go up. That's just how the human body works. And so I'm not surprised that the randomized controlled trials and the meta-analysis of such don't show that. Back to my previous statement that it's almost impossible to do meaningful nutrition research. And I think the vast majority...
How much protein do you typically eat in a day when you're dieting and when you're not? When I'm not dieting, I'd probably be consuming somewhere around 180 grams per day. While I'm dieting right now, I'm only consuming 100 per day because my calories are so low. I'm only eating 800 calories per day, so basically can't eat shit.
Majority of modern nutrition research is junk. And that's why, because we know in human physiology, And I was a biologist before I was a doctor, so I was studying physiology before it was human physiology. It's just known how the mammalian body works. If you're hyperinsulinemic, you're going to retain fluid. If you retain fluid, your blood pressure is going to go up unless you're third spacing a ton of that fluid. And so it's a physiological principle that I was talking about there. I wasn't basing that on randomized controlled trials in nutrition research, which may or may not have been funded by somebody who had a vested interest in the outcome. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. There's an interesting thing that I would like to touch on, which is you had this idea based on physiology and then the conclusion that therefore blood pressure is going to go up. My question is, with 27 trials conducted, not one shows an increase in blood pressure. Don't you think that's a little strange to hold the belief that eating oatmeal is going to raise your blood pressure? Shouldn't we be able to see that in at least a couple of outliers?
Yeah, and I wish that I believed that modern nutrition research was the holy grail that many people think it is. I'll tell you this, Gil. I work with lots of different scientists in different genres.
So here we go. Conspiracy theories, big oatmeal, trust me, bro, is better than science. Got it.
Nutrition research in humans, and this is not true for all nutrition research. If it's veterinary nutrition research for bovine or porcine or equine, they've got it down to a science. It is known what you should feed a goat or a cow or a pig. There's no question. But when it comes to human nutrition research, we don't know. We need more research. So human nutrition research. Well, let me finish this, and then I definitely will answer your question. Human nutrition research is looked at by other scientific disciplines as the stepchild of science. Like, everybody laughs at human nutrition research, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, because I've read a lot. I've read so much human nutrition research. I think there's some very good human nutrition research. I have Ansel Keys' the 3-volume set on his starvation studies. I've literally engulfed this stuff, but it's the laughingstock of scientific research, because it's just so uncontrollable. And when you find a tiny benefit or a tiny detriment, then you write up a paper, and then that becomes, oh, look, there's 21 trials that all show this same thing. And it's like, yeah, okay, I can see you're right. That's what the modern nutrition research shows.
You don't think that if the problem was low quality, we would see a scatter? And when we see trials comparing eggs to oats, and we have at least 3 or 4 or 5 of these that I've seen, all funded by the Egg Board, and we don't see blood pressure go up on oats in one of these trials, you don't think that it's strange to hold the belief that oats will definitely raise our blood pressure, definitely, even though we don't have a single trial that will support that?
I don't know if I said definitely or not. I may have. I can't remember.
Wow. Oats will increase your blood pressure.
I'm sorry?
Oats will increase your blood pressure, is the quote from the video.
Actually, the original quote is longer. It says, oats raise triglycerides, which will raise your insulin, which will raise your blood pressure. Then a little bit later, the video says, if you already have high blood pressure, it'll probably go up more. So there's 2 statements. One, that it will raise blood pressure, and another, that it probably will.
And so I stand by the physiological principles that I used to make that video. I'm not surprised that the modern nutrition research disagrees with that. That really doesn't surprise me at all. But I base that on physiological principles, not modern nutrition research.
I'll make one last point, and then I'll let you conclude or make your final remarks. And
So he's basically making it up, is what he's saying. I just make things up.
We'll wrap up. I know you have to go. The problem with the mechanistic argument is, like, for example, this will cause insulin to go up, this will cause liquid retention, blood pressure should go up, is we can always come up with a mechanism in any direction. In fact, with oats, we could come up with a mechanistic argument that has some support that would argue that the blood pressure would come down. For example, with beta glucan, that has been shown to have these types of effects. Right. So we could argue in any direction with any food. The way we know the net effect of all these mechanisms is by actually testing the health effect of a food in human beings, ideally in randomized trials, and doing it many times and seeing what the balance of evidence is. That's why that has more weight in hierarchy of evidence than speculating based on a mechanism. So I'll leave it.
I respect your opinion, Gil, and that's why what I would recommend to everybody watching this is make sure you have a good quality blood pressure cuff, and try a dietary intervention and see what it does with your own personal physiology. Get a continuous glucose monitor and do your own dietary trial, because here's the beauty of that. You're 100% sure that there's no perverse incentive. There's nobody that's funded that study. That's just you and your data. And so you're not going to be misled by anybody if you do that. And I have great respect for Gil. I think he's doing great work. I've watched many of his YouTube videos. I don't want anybody watching this to think that in any way I was being disrespectful or negative. I think Gil's doing great work. And I have great hope for Gil, that because he is digging so deep into the research, and that also he's digging into the archaeology and anthropology. And I love that he's doing that, because what's going to happen is that Gil and I together on this journey, we're going to rediscover what the proper human diet actually is. And I've had many conversations like this, and then somebody come back 3, 5, 7 years later and say, wow, I did not realize. And so thanks so much, Gil, for having me on. I greatly appreciate it. This opportunity to be able to discuss this with you instead of you just doing a SmackDown video, which I know sometimes you can't help but do that if you can't get in contact with people. But I love your work, and I have great respect, and I appreciate you having me on.
I really thank you on behalf of the viewers and on my behalf for coming on and for having a great back and forth, very respectful and on our different views. And we went over the evidence on some topics. I had probably 10 times more data on other things that you brought up in the video, but of course we don't have time for everything. Maybe some other time we can go over.
Yeah, we'll do a round two in the future. Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Boy.
Okay, quick summary of everything we talked about and my takeaways. We both agreed that paleoanthropology is a fascinating topic to
Look at his little fuzzy arms. Oh my god, he's like a teddy bear. Do you guys see Finn's little arms? Oh my god, you're just a little teddy. Yeah, you're like a little teddy. What a good boy. I love you. Yeah. So handsome. So handsome.
Finn's in the way.
You're in the way. You're too big. Why can't you be like a cat so you can just sit on my head? All right.
And gotta get the trainers ready. Have your other pets acted different since Prismo passed? My cat acted so weird after my dog died. BMO's been spending more time with me. That's it really, though.
Oh, little pooty boy.
Oh, Jesus. Sounds like there's something here. Goddamn right the cheats are activated. It sounds like something very fast is running around. I don't know if that's an audio glitch where it sounds like my own footsteps are... No, I don't think it is. So we have to look for scales. Haven't checked A5.
I sucked my dick. It's easy because I'm 5'6". But I ain't short.
Alright, well, that's quite a talent. Thanks for the donation, Benny. What do you think John Penis is doing these days? I saw that he was in Africa. I don't know what he's really up to, though. He was, like, doing aid work or something gay. Oh, dude. It is so fucking dark. Chapel. So yeah, this has to be the cult. Oh, hey, there's a weight scale. Like there's an upper level. You okay, Finn? Are you a little too warm? Yeah, just lie down like a little pooty boy. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze, what little words they know, and so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. No matter how foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature abides. Okay, well, there's this one scale. We might be able to open up one of the doors. Dodo $22, when do you feel like you looked the best you ever had in your life? Probably now. Now, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, even if you're never satisfied, when do you feel like you looked the best? Probably now. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Canteen. I don't know if there's anything back here. This is where we dropped in from. Okay, so might as well go back. Heaviest weight. There's something following us. Okay, so the snake. So we're gonna go to the snake door. Yeah, Prismo died of kidney disease. It happened very acutely. He wasn't showing, like, any symptoms or anything at all, and then just suddenly happened. Oh. Okay, that's one we missed. Snake door's open. Gunshots are too loud. I'll adjust the audio. Effects volume. Maybe reduce the ambient volume in music a bit too. That's still... Okay, that did mute it. Yeah. It's a little too quiet. That's good. I don't get it. That one, that one. Yay, another weight. Who do you consider a bigger narcissist, Frank or Sv3rige? I would say Sv3rige is probably the bigger psychopath. I think I'd also say Sv3rige is the bigger narcissist. Yeah, I'd say Sv3rige. So why would that door open if we can't fucking go anywhere? Okay, now that's blocked, so... How do we leave? Do we have to do something with the generator again? Okay, the music's getting more intense if we go here, so I guess this is the way we're supposed to go. Don't know if there's like a wall we have to break. Oh yeah. So we just break the wall. That's locked. Oh, there we go. Armory. Hey, we get the rifle. So where the hell are we? I'm assuming the rifle does more damage. Alright, so we got the other scale. So now we can open up another door. Yeah, it's a good boy, Finn. Dude, this isn't even like... Is that the goat? Or, no, the cow. Wingless dove. Hornless ox. Where's the music again? Oh, there's somewhere we can get into. Let's see. Oh, the one door might be open on the other side. There's nothing in here. Able donates $2. How would you recommend understanding and internalizing nihilism without mushrooms? I'm not exactly sure, dude.
What your opinion on Markiplier?
He is an idiot who makes garbage content for children. Thanks for the donation, Riley. There's a lot of, like, what is it? There's, like, mental techniques you can use to change your kind of attitude about things. So whenever you feel yourself getting, like, stressed, like, you could always just, again, tell yourself it doesn't matter, and usually having that self-talk where you tell yourself something, that usually helps for you to internalize it. I would also say using a technique where you try to visualize yourself in a third person and try to see everything around you, kind of like a YouTube video or a video game or something. That also helps to pull yourself out of the situation so you could see it from a third-person perspective. So rather than taking everything so seriously, you just see everything for what it is. It's just like a stupid, pointless joke. But I hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Abel. That's locked. Oh, is there like a stairway that I'm missing? Oh, yeah. Oh. What the fuck? Wait, where... Where the hell? I am absolutely fucking confused. Where the fuck did I just come from? That is insanely confusing. Where did the... Oh, there. Oh my god. Dude, this is stupid. Yeah, no, that's the other place. This is such a mindfuck. Where did I... Where was I? Okay, so there's... That's the save room I was just in. Says there's an exclamation mark in here. What's the exclamation mark for? Again, is there something I'm not seeing? I have to get into that one side, but everything's locked. I don't even know what some of this shit does. That doesn't open the door. Bimo, what are you doing? These stupid enemies are annoying me. That's locked. That's locked. Oh my god. You stop annoying me? Oh. There's nothing I can take from that? This game sucks. It just sucks. And that's the fucking save room. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so fuck you, you know? Cell D? Is that what it said? So you open up the drawer, it's dark as shit, you can't see fucking anything, and then you think nothing's there, then you run around for fucking forever. That's so stupid. Shiv key. I'm assuming that would be one of these doors, yeah. I don't think Pyramid Head's a woman because, one, he looks like a muscular man. Two, there's a scene early in the game where he's, like, raping a monster, so... What am I even looking for in here?
I once again look forward to your 4 a.m. stream, VG.
Well, glad you enjoy the streams. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. So there has to be something in here that I'm supposed to find. I would imagine. And there is the other weight. Oh my god. Dude, like, how does the flashlight suck this bad? You literally can't see enemies that are right in front of you. Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, this game is super fucking tedious. It's literally just a series of fetch quests. Which one is that? The boar? Eyeless boar. Eat shit.
How TF did you make so much PayPal buck today? Also, where has James been? I'm worried about him.
I'm not sure. I think he usually lurks around without, like, commenting or donating sometimes. I'm sure if Frank Tefano makes a new video, he'll be the first to tell me. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass. Wait. Okay, that's the wrong way. This is going to be fucking AIDS. There's probably nothing really in here. If I had to guess. And what's going on? Okay, I guess there's nothing in there. Guess we're going to the infirmary. Yeah, dude, President Sunday is not a serious person. He's literally a child.
I am so happy you exist, brother.
Well, thank you, Justin. And for the last few months, I've actually been happy that I exist too, which is great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Really appreciate that. There we go. There's the key we need. It's okay, Finn. Oh, you having the hiccups? That's a good boy. Finn might be the best boy. Where was that stupid thing? You know, I wish you could move with the map open. That would make the game less annoying. Yeah, I love how President Sunday also said in the debate that I was defending starvation when that was not my position. Such a fucking tool. Oh, is this the... yeah. I feel like this has to be the final level. Like, it just has to be. Oh. There we go. That was a hidden puzzle. And we just can't go in there. So now that we have this weight, we should be able to get to the final stupid thing. Oh. Am I in the... Where in the fuck am I? Oh, Jesus. Oh, this makes no sense. How is that locked?
Vince Goodrum is a dirtbag.
Yeah, he is. He made that fucking video claiming I killed my cat, and then I challenged him to a debate on the topic. Haven't heard a peep from him. He's just a lying, manipulative jackass, just like everybody else. Thanks for the donation, though. Heathen, though. None of them care. Like, it's... Even if I were to feed my cats meat, they would still blame my cat's death on my veganism and say, oh, you wouldn't feed them the right type of meat because you're vegan and you wanted to, like, not kill cows or something. Like, every, like... you know, criticism, every accusation, it's all just to say it's veganism's fault. It has nothing to do with anything else. Why is the music so intense here when there's not even any fucking enemies? It's like kind of annoying. What in the fuck? Like, didn't I literally just fucking leave this area like 2 minutes ago? Where the fuck? Wait. I don't know.
Okay, buddy?
Will you be doing an election stream? I'd like to see Jenk meltdown in real time. Halloween stream still on?
Yeah, we're definitely gonna do a Halloween stream. Not sure if I'll do an election stream. But we'll do a Halloween stream for sure. Thanks for the donation, Yo-Ye. They're literally just making these sections overly fucking complicated to pad out the game. That's... It doesn't feel like you're playing a game, it just feels like you're playing padding. Okay, there we go. Holy fuck. Eh. How the fuck? That's still slightly off? There we go. Okay, wingless dove. Last stupid, like we literally have to do all this just to get one key to open up a fucking door. Here we go. There's the other weight. That opens. No, haven't finished scroll again. That's weird. Doesn't open from the inside or the outside. Oh, is this just the way out to the... Yeah, it's the way out to the main area. Dude, like, it would just help so much if they would just give you a stronger flashlight. I wonder if anybody's gonna make a mod for that. There is already a mod that gets rid of the fog. That's not super important, but this game is so dark. There needs to be a combat overhaul mod. I don't know what they could really do. The combat in this game is just god-awful. And especially on hard difficulty, it's completely unbalanced. They don't give you nearly enough ammo. And there's so much melee combat too, it's terrible. Prisoner D239, solitary confinement cell F. Survival favors the strong. Donate $2. Have you ever worked as a model? If so, how much did you get paid? No. Thoughts on customer service jobs at tech companies? They probably suck. I've never worked at one personally. You'd be surprised by how many fucktards don't have social skills to work these jobs. So many people socially inept can't think fluidly and suck. Well, I mean, I've called tech support and stuff before, and yeah. The most awkward interaction I've ever had with a service person was when I went to this sporting goods store. I wanted to get a paintball gun. Or not a paintball gun. I wanted to get a CO2 canister for a paintball gun. And I didn't want a huge one. I wanted it to be fairly small, so I asked, "Hey, do you have any 12-ounce CO2 canisters for a paintball gun?" The guy said no. And he just stared at me. And I was expecting, since he was a salesperson, to say, "But we have these that you might be interested in." Never said that. And I literally had to ask him, after like staring at him for 10 seconds, "Do you have any other CO2 canisters?" And he's, "Oh yeah, we do." Like, some people are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Survival of the Strong, or Favors the Strong. Hey Faye, how you doing? Got a lot of animals here. Wait, what was F6? Nothing in F5, there could be F6, alright. So I wonder if the person in that cell was in there for witchcraft or something. Okay, and getting out of here should be fairly easy because it was just the one cell that led upstairs. I literally can't see anything, so... Where in the fuck? Am I in a totally different place? Oh no. There it is. Guess I'll save it here. Oh, I'm supposed to perfectly balance the scale. I see. There we go. Can I not move them? I don't get it. Can I not change it once it's in place? Oh. Did I fuck that up? Hey, donators, this is a true story. I went to high school with a girl named Boo. She is born on Halloween and has the exclamation mark in her name on birth certificate. She's not famous at all, private person. What are your thoughts? I don't care. Does she remind you of anything? Do you find it unique? Yeah, it's unique. I guess that reminds me of Boo Radley from To Kill a Mockingbird. Thanks for the donation, though, hey. So I pulled that one. Jesus Christ. Like, oh my god, this is the worst padding I think I've ever seen in any game. That's great. Thank you. Sure. Sure. Okay, well, I guess, walkthrough guide it is, because I don't really feel like doing this 10 times fucking over and over and over again. That is actually fucking dumb. Let's see... Silent Hill 2 Remake Noose Puzzle.
I'm pretty sure that you saw Destiny's livestream earlier since you joined in on his Discord server and he had you on hold BC he went to get something. Anywho, did you see that he had Alan Lichtman on his stream to discuss his 13 keys model? It was cool to see.
Yeah, I saw him talking with Alan Lichtman. Yeah, they didn't really talk about anything new, but thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Yeah, Alan Lichtman's definitely smarter than Jank Yuger. Kason donators, please explain yourself here. Who the fuck prepares food on the floor, let alone from someone else? Did he touch it with his toes at least? Gotta love a bro with some nice toes. Yeah, he didn't have enough space on his kitchen counter, so he laid it out on the floor. It was pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, K-San. So what is this stupid shit? Once players have completed the weighted puzzle, they can return to the yard where they must face judgment. Their next puzzle sees them take an execution lever and head up to the gallows where they must solve 6 riddles and figure out which of them calls for execution. It's one of Silent Hill's 2 hardest puzzles, but all answers to the gallows puzzles can be found right here. Whether players are on light, standard, or hard for their puzzle challenge difficulty, players can find each of the answers that they seek below. Players want a guided hint at what to do. Son Goku donated $2. Would you say a lot of dudes cope with their social awkwardness and their inability to get women by going to the gym lifting weights? aka gym cells. Yeah, that definitely happens a lot. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Players want to stand under the number that corresponds with the innocent verse. Prisoner who acted in self-defense. If done correctly, interacting with the noose will see James fit his head in the noose. He'll awaken in a morgue. Okay. Grey Knight donated $2. Do you ever watch non-vegan cooking videos and think they look good anyway because you know you can veganize them, or just imagine if they were vegan? Yeah, sometimes I do that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Oh my god. This one, he kidnapped his beloved daughter, did it just to save her from her wicked mother. Number 3. Oh my god, when is this game gonna be over? And we're going even lower. Chick came up to me to ask me a question, and I just said no before she finished talking. I was so embarrassed. I'd call that pretty based. Just say no. Might watch the Silent Hill movie tonight. Please, no more puzzles, dude. Like, for the love of fuck.
Please. I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please.
Angela? Angela, it's me.
Well, you might as well have sex with her at this point.
No. Please.
She's the only woman left.
Daddy!
Is that Pyramid Head? Yeah. Or no. Is that Pyramid Head? That's somebody else. Where am I even going? Does he just pop up somewhere in this apartment thing? I wouldn't say I've had a ton of issues with the Ural. They're like fairly minor. The one time the ECU just had to be reset. What was the other one? The alternator went bad. And just recently push rod went bad, but like those aren't the worst problems, and all of that was covered under warranty, so I didn't need to pay anything for like repairs or service. The fuck is this? Survival for the strong, donate $2. I meant you working customer service jobs at sales consultant or a product specialist. No, never did anything like that. Would you enjoy it? No. Jobs where I don't have to communicate with people are ideal. What about working at a marketing firm mostly run by women where you become an effective sales skill in marketing, engaging with clients in a work setting? No. A job with minimal human interaction is best. Thanks for the donation, though. Survival of the strong.
But you're sick. Care of you all these years. What I did? What you did?
Abel donated $2. What are your opinions on vegans complaining about exploiting animals in video games like hunting or fishing? I think they might suffer from mild retardation. Animals in video games are not sentient, so I don't know why there'd be any ethical concern playing a game that simulates hunting, fishing, or killing people or violence of any kind. Thanks for the donation, though, Abel. Yeah, he's literally a door monster. Can you die already? Like, this has to be 20 rounds of buckshot at least.
You think leave? Run away. Where would you go? There's nothing. No one. No one cares.
Survival of the strong donated $2. Do you feel like a job with minimal to no human interaction is best for you because you feel like you're a victim of racism and don't get along well with people? I don't feel like I'm a victim of racism. I just hate most people, think most people are fucking stupid. I don't want to talk to most people. I'm very antisocial, so I'd rather just not deal with random people all day. Do you feel like people negatively judge or are racist to you if most people are white in your surrounding? No, I wouldn't assume that just based on them being white. Thanks for the donation, dude. Abel donated $2. What do you like gaming on more, controller or mouse keyboard? Why?
I have a small dick.
Well, it's very brave of you to come out with that. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Mango. So it depends on the game. If it's a shooter, then absolutely mouse and keyboard. So like Resident Evil 4, third-person shooters, Metal Gear Solid, like 5, and like FPS games, always mouse keyboard. For beat 'em ups or fighting games or whatchamacall, platformers, stuff like that, obviously a controller, like that's just a better experience. And for racing games, I'd prefer to play on a controller over a mouse keyboard, but I have a race sim rig. But thanks for the donation, Abel.
Angela. It's okay. Calm down.
Don't order me around!
I'm not. It's okay. It's over.
Don't even try.
Try what?
Like you don't know. I see what you're doing. It's always the same with you. You're only after one thing.
Angela, please.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead. Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did. You disgusting pig. I hate you. I hate you.
Angela. you think I am, but I don't want to hurt you. I just want to get my Mary back.
You're Mary. Your own little Mary.
At least she was.
For a while.
What?
Admit it. You didn't want her around anymore.
You white male.
No.
You probably found someone else.
No!
I need to find my mama.
Holy fuck, this game still isn't over? Jesus, it's long.
I never.
Oh my god. Dude, I think I might have a mental breakdown if I have to do another one of those fucking insanely complicated puzzles again. Oh no. What is that? Okay, so we're not supposed to go through there? Oh. Okay, well, this is a labyrinth of some sort that, seems annoying. And that's why we cheese the fuck out of these sections. Silent Hill 2 Remake, Labyrinth. Is this like... Is this another stupid, huge puzzle area? Oh, God. Yeah, I just fucking can't right now. Holy fuck. Dude. This game is fucking relentless. ST donated $2. Last year I bought a designer jacket for $2K, but I planned on returning it before buying. After a week, I tried returning it, and guy said, "Ticket is detached, denied return," stared at me like I was crazy, went to new store, put ticket back, and got my money back. I don't know why you bought that jacket in the first place. That's a little weird. But I would recommend not buying stupidly overpriced, dumb, fucking idiot clothes. Thanks for the donation, though, ST. Donating $2. Holy shit, I've been watching. By the way, I just haven't been talking, but oh my god, these puzzles are so annoying and taking way too long. Story pace is slow as shit. We still don't know anything. This game sucks. The ending better be amazing. Yeah, for real. This is just far too much for me to deal with in one fucking night. This game is insanely tedious. So, fuck this shit for now. I'm going to bed. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. And big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, especially the guy who gave me a fuck ton of money. I think Vegan Gains would really not like the game's 7th guest. Oh yeah, I sure as hell wouldn't like that game. But thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night. Might even be... I might do an afternoon stream. Because people have been complaining and asking me to do an afternoon stream for people in Europe. So I might do an afternoon stream. I do have the day off. I don't have to train tomorrow. But, we'll see. But sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow in any case.